drama once again. So hold fire. We do not have a court reporter at this moment. We are working with this problem. I'm going to go away from the phone for a while. Why don't we, I'm just going to plan on checking back. I'm going to stay on the WebEx connection, but I'm going to step away from the phone for 10 or 15 minutes. So please be patient with me, and we'll see if we can lift these weights one more time today. Thank you.
Nick,
15-minute delay, yeah.
Nicole, this is Jim Fisher. Are your staff witnesses still available today?
Hi, can any of the parties hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. I was thinking wasn't coming through the first 3 times I dialed in, so glad to know that I'm on board now.
Okay, this is Judge Graham. I'm back. Would somebody acknowledge they can hear me?
OPC can hear you.
Can hear you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We are ready to proceed here. As a preliminary matter, before we go on the record, I would ask that, and I will enforce this to the extent that I can, for you to spell out whatever you mean by an acronym. So if you use an acronym, please state it on the record. Because of other difficulties that we are having, I'm going to ask not only the witnesses, of course, at the beginning of their testimony to spell out their names and so forth, but as and when each one of you speak, and you've been very good about this, but let's make a mental note to do it. As and when each one of you speak, please make sure to identify yourself by name. Okay. We are on the record. It's 8:39, day 2 in this case, and I believe, before I go to the next witness, whom I show is Darren Ives on behalf of Evergy, is there any other preliminary matter that anyone wishes to address at this point? I will say we're still looking into the tariff issue and which one or ones that we want brought in, so you needn't bring that question up now. Are there any other preliminary matters?
Your Honor, this is Joe Hull.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, David.
Joe, I'm going to defer to you.
Thank you. Your Honor, this is Joe Hulso with Sierra Club and NRDC. Just one procedural matter. After Mr. Ives, we'd like to take Mr. Baumhefner, Sierra Club and NRDC's witness, ahead of ChargePoint's witness to accommodate some scheduling constraints. ChargePoint has kindly agreed to swap witness order. I wanted to bring that swaparoo to your attention and the parties before we started in case there's any concern.
I don't think, well, let me ask this first of all. A couple of you have talked. Are there any other objections to this, reordering the witnesses? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and allow that. It may be, I'm going to ask this, I'm going to ask that for the rest of the day, if witnesses are getting swapped around, that they remain available in the event that this causes some heartburn here at the commission. Because of the COVID and so forth, there are a lot of participants here working online, and reordering witnesses may cause some issues or problems at my end. But so that you can get a quick ruling on this and that you can move forward, well, what we'll do is this: you can take your witness out of order, but the witnesses who are being reordered until further notice must be kept available for the balance of the hearing today. Okay? Somebody acknowledge they heard me? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other preliminary matters?
Judge Graham, this is Kleiser with OPC. The OPC has a concern regarding the order of cross-examination in the pre-filed list of issues for ChargePoint and Sierra Club, but I would be more than willing to take that up when it comes time for those witnesses. I just wanted to register right now.
Thanks for the heads up. Anything else? Any other preliminary issue that needs to be discussed? Okay. I believe Evergy's next witness is Darren Ives. If you want to present him, have him spell his name and so on, then I will administer the oath.
Yes, Judge. This is Jim Fisher for purposes of the court reporter. I would call Darren Ives to the witness stand.
All right. Are you there, Ives?
I'm here, Judge. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. If you'll go ahead and spell out I'll administer the oath.
Sure. My name is Darren, D-A-R-R-I-N. Last name is Ives, I-V-E-S.
All right, Mr. Ives, if you will raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Mr. Ives, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed, counsel.
Mr. Ives, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Darren Ives. My address is 1200 Main, Kansas City, Missouri, 64105.
Are you the same Darren Ives that caused to be filed in this case a report, which we called the Evergy Transportation Electrification Portfolio Report filing? Several sections, which I believe were authored by you.
I am.
And those sections were 4.7.2 cost recovery and 4.7.3 applicable requests for variances. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you also caused to be filed rebuttal testimony, which has been marked Exhibit 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you have any changes or corrections that need to be made to your sections of the report or your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions that are contained in your rebuttal testimony today, would those answers be the same, and are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Judge, with that, then I would move for the admission of Exhibit 4 and tender Mr. Ives for cross-examination.
First of all, do I hear any objections to exhibit number 4? All right, no objections being heard. Let the record reflect that exhibit number 4 has been received into evidence. The first witness or the first party that I have with respect to the order of cross-examination for this witness is ChargePoint. Does ChargePoint have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. Thank you.
Go ahead and proceed, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ives. Oh, you're
Good morning,
sorry,
Mr.
counsel.
Dunbar.
Just a minute, counsel. Please
Yes.
identify your.
apologies. My name is Scott Dunbar, D-U-N-B-A-R, and I'm counsel for ChargePoint.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ives.
Good morning.
Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Voris yesterday afternoon?
I did.
And did you hear my discussion with him about the proposed requirement that customers participate in demand response programs if they sign up for the commercial rebate program that Evergy's proposed in this case?
I did.
And is it Evergy's position that Evergy would file a proposal with the commission for commission approval, outlining what that demand response program would look like before it began calling demand response events for EV charging station site hosts?
Not necessarily. If you look at the tariff that's proposed in the application, it's got some language in there about that being a requirement of participants in the program. We've talked a lot, over the course of yesterday about a number of things that might be built out in that program in terms of demand response events and guardrails and things like that. I think it's possible that we could do that in program documentation rather than the tariff. If we did that, I think certainly makes sense that we would put that together. We would share that with parties. We would have an understanding of what that program documentation looks like that would be shared with participants and would be part of what they were aware of as they were signing up. All that said, Mr. Dunbar, I think if there were changes to the tariff out of an order in this case, commission decision, the tariffs will be updated and filed and ultimately approved by the commission. So if there were things that the commission wanted to see in the tariff, those would certainly be items that would get reviewed and approved by the commission.
Okay, so that's helpful. Thank you. So it sounds like from your answer that if the demand response program for EV charging stations could be implemented through programmatic documentation, then you would share the you would share that information with the commission and parties, but not seek commission approval. But if the program required tariff changes, then you would seek commission approval. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, and can you help me understand a little bit what would determine whether the program were implemented through programmatic design rather than tariff changes? Like what would be the determinative factor as to which path you take there?
Yeah, so a couple things, right? I mean, first and foremost, commission direction on specificity and a tariff is something that's always incredibly relevant to final tariff design and approval. From my perspective, there are a number of things you put together, whether it's marketing materials, program specific design, things like that you work on that are more programmatic and don't need to be part of a tariff and create complexity if you've always got the requirement to make a tariff update when you're working through program design changes. So my preference would probably be to develop it, share it and work with the parties and not put that type of detail into a tariff where you always run the risk that you could become out of compliance with a tariff as your program evolves.
Okay. And what sort of implementation details would require tariff changes? Would that be only if you're offering an additional payment for participation in demand response events or something like that? Can you help give us an idea?
Yeah, I think that's right. It's a little bit nebulous from my perspective. I mean, parties often have views and perspectives on what would be in a tariff versus what would be a programmatic type set of documentation. So I don't know that there's a hard and fast, but certainly if there were specific things that would impact payments or rates or things like that, I would think those would be more inclined to make their way into a tariff.
Okay, that's helpful, Mr. Ives. We certainly appreciate you saying that Evergy would share the details of the program with the parties and with the commission for feedback, even if you're not seeking formal commission approval. Can we consider that a commitment that Evergy would share those details of the demand response program before implementing it with all the parties to this case?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not in charge of the program, but I think that makes sense. Knowing the discussions we've had and some of the things that we've been talking about over the last few weeks on design of that program.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. As I think ChargePoint is, we're fine with the concept, but details matter. So we appreciate that commitment. So thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Ives, and thank you, Judge Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Does Renew Missouri have any questions for the witness?
First of all, this is Tim Opitz on behalf of Renew Missouri, and I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Opitz. Does NRDC and Sierra Club or one or the other have questions for the witness?
Judge, this is Joe Hulso speaking on behalf of both parties, and we do not have questions for Mr. Ives. Thank you.
Okay, I excused counsel for MECG yesterday during the hearing. I don't know if he's back in the hearing today. We didn't get that clarified. Is MECG here today? All right, we'll proceed to the office.
You're on mute, David.
Well, there must be quite a delay. Everyone's delayed in answering me. That's somewhat troubling because it can end up with us stepping on each other.
No,
Well,
Your Honor, I think Mr. Woodsmall was on mute. He was trying to speak, it looked like.
oh, okay. Well, Mr. Woodsmall, are you there?
Judge
Your Honor,
Graham, this
it's
is John
Mr. Ives.
with
Oh, go
OPC.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
It would appear that Mr. Woodsmall is attempting to dial in now. We can see him on the WebEx. He is present, but it appears to be attempting to connect at this moment.
Yeah. Well, if the parties don't have a problem, he may have questions, and I'm going to permit him to ask his questions, of course, but let's move on to the Office of Public Counsel while Mr. Woodsmall gets online here. Mr. Kleiser, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do have questions, Your Honor.
Why don't you go ahead and say your name for the record, and then proceed.
Thank you. John Kleiser, Johnclizer, on behalf of the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel.
You may proceed, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Ives.
Good morning, Mr. Kleiser.
I'm going to attempt to do this somewhat slowly, but still try to get through this quickly. Let's start with a relatively simple question. You would agree with me, would you not, that there is some cost incurred in building an electric vehicle charging station?
I would agree that there is cost incurred in building a charging station, yes.
Yes. And if the commission were to determine it's prudent to build a charging station, it must have determined that some costs were prudently incurred, correct?
No, I don't believe that's what we mean or have received from a decisional prudence standpoint in the past. I wouldn't agree with that.
So you believe that if the commission were to determine it was decisionally prudent to build these charging stations, they could still disallow all costs related to the charging station?
I believe it's a possibility, Mr. Kleiser. I think what we're asking for with decisional prudence is that the one answer the commission won't use when we bring constructed charging stations back in for requested recovery is that utilities should not be building charging stations. That's the request.
Does that include whether or not it's cost effective for Evergy to have built a particular charging station?
Nope, that's a cost and management prudence decision that comes at the time that we bring the constructed assets in for requested recovery.
Is the location where a charging station is built a part of decisional prudence?
I would think that if the commission did not like a location when we brought it in, that would be a factor in their determination at the time of requested recovery. I mean, again, I just want to be really clear what we're asking and what we're not, Mr. Kleiser, because I've sat on the stand in front of this commission where they've said they didn't want the utility to be in the charging station business. And if that's the answer that the commission wants to give in this proceeding, I want to know it before we construct additional charging stations so that we don't get that answer from them post-investment. If the utility can be involved to do the types of things that we have laid out in our program, then I want to be able to help in that hybrid approach bring charging to our service territory on the limited scale that we've proposed.
But questions regarding, for example, market saturation, availability of federal funding, those would all be issues that you believe would be worth taking up at a later prudence review, even if the commission grants decisional prudence as you've requested?
I think so. We might have a different interpretation of market saturation, but that would probably be for that point in time.
Would you agree that the decision as to whether investment costs are recovered in plant or through an expense or through other mechanisms is an issue that's not involved in decisional prudence?
Yeah,
You know what?
I would agree with that, Mr. Kleiser.
I apologize. I did not mean to speak over you. I was going to attempt to rephrase that as I realized it was slightly poorly worded.
No, that's
real
okay.
question
If
is,
I didn't answer the right question, let's try it again.
even if the commission were to grant decisional prudence as you've requested, the question of whether or not the plant should be included in rate base as opposed to expensed or through some other mechanism would still be a question for the commission at a later rate case. Would you agree with that statement?
I think that would be in the commission's purview. I mean, I think it's an invested asset, but that would be in their purview at that time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ives. That was all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser.
This is Judge Graham again. Mr. Woodsmall, have you joined us?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, sir. Are you
Sorry, I
ready to-
apologize. Yes, two very quick questions. Again, David Woodsmall for MECG.
Oh, wait a minute, please. We've got some real difficulties technical at our end this morning, and so let's just, I don't mean to step on you right away. I do appreciate your coming in, but please state your full name before you start so that we have a record on that. And every time anybody speaks up, they need to identify themselves. So, Mr. Woodsmall, go ahead and identify yourself, and you may proceed now with your cross-examination.
Good morning, David Woodsmall for MECG. Two or three very quick questions. Mr. Ives, I see that you are the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Evergy. Is that correct?
I am.
So you would be familiar with the timing of rate cases. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm generally familiar to the extent that I have time in rate cases.
And would you agree that Evergy has announced or made known its intentions of filing a rate case in January of 22? Is that correct?
That's correct. You may know this, Mr. Woodsmall, but that will be at the end of our 4-year timeline in order to continue to retain our fuel adjustment clause.
You anticipated my next question. That was all I had. Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Woodsmall. I think we now will return to staff.
Nicole Nurse from staff, and just one very brief question. Good morning, Mr. Ives.
Good morning, Ms. Mersch.
So in discussions with ChargePoint, you said you were willing to provide program details after the hearing. If that happens and there's a dispute among the parties about what or what is not included, how would that get resolved?
I think ultimately if we had a dispute on a programmatic design, I assume at some point somebody would take that in front of the commission.
As a separate case, you believe, as the hearing in this one would be over?
Yeah, you might be beyond my legal expertise on case structure.
Okay, I appreciate the attempt. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
No, thank you, Judge. That was Commissioner Root, by the way.
No questions, Judge. Commissioner Holson, by the way.
No
All
questions.
right, thank you very much.
No questions, Judge.
All
This is
right.
Chairman Sylvie.
All right, I have a number of questions for the witness. To begin with, Mr. Ives, are you familiar with the stipulation that was entered into in Kansas in the matter of the application of Evergy Metro Inc., Evergy Kansas Central, and Evergy Kansas South for approval of a transportation electrification portfolio? Are you familiar with that docket in that case?
I am familiar with that docket and generally familiar with that agreement.
Okay. I don't want to tax your memory here, but I'm going to read out a case number, and if that sounds correct, or if your counsel know that's correct, for purposes of the record, that's fine. And if you don't know, that's fine too. I'm showing that's Kansas docket number 21 EKME-320-TAR. Does that case number sound right? And if not, just say so. Or if you don't know, just say so.
I'm not 100% sure, Judge, but that does sound right. It's been a few weeks.
Well, okay. Now, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the authority did go ahead and enter an order approving a non-unanimous stipulation in that case. Is that your understanding as well?
I don't think we have an order in that docket yet. We had a partial non-unanimous stipulation with parties, went to hearing on one issue, and I think we've briefed the issue in Kansas, but we don't yet have an order.
Oh, I see. So that case is up in the air and is still being developed.
Yeah, I think it's in the briefing and commission deliberation phase at this stage.
All right. But certain matters and a non-unanimous stipulation has been filed in that case as a matter of public record. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you be comfortable and would you be able to describe the differences between that non-unanimous stipulation, which, as I understand it, at least Evergy has agreed to? How is it different from the proposal which you presented here in Missouri? Are you able to say?
Yeah, I think structurally it's very similar. Our application was very well aligned between Kansas and Missouri from programs and tariffs. We had, I think the developer rebate program on the residential side was not agreed to by the parties in Kansas. And the one item that we took to hearing that was not in the settlement agreement was the decisional prudence on the level of the clean charge network. And that there were some nuanced changes from our application on size of programs and things like that from a budget perspective, but generally I think the remainder of the structure was intact.
And I understand that there's an ebb and flow in litigation and so forth and so on in that regard, and so things don't turn out the same way in different jurisdictions, even though a company's intentions may be the same both places. But may I ask, sir, if you know, why Evergy did not submit the same proposal in Missouri that was submitted in Kansas?
I think it's essentially the same, and I would tell you without going into specifics of settlement discussions with parties, I mean, we did have a perspective that provided some modifications to what our application position was in this case, and for probably a host of reasons, we weren't able to come to a non-unanimous or partial agreement with parties. But again, I think speaking for Kansas, we had a fair amount of support in Kansas for a substantial number of the programs and tariffs that we brought forward, and we were arguing around size and implementation of the programs, not as much whether or not they should move forward in Kansas, at least with the parties that signed on.
Okay, I have one more question about that, the Kansas case, and then I'll move on to some other areas. So this one's a little bit more specific, if you can answer this. It's my understanding in reviewing that non-unanimous stipulation that the rebate for participants in the time of use program is $500, and for non-participants is $250. Are you able to tell us why the difference?
Yeah, that was a position that parties brought to the negotiation on an interest in differentiating the rebate based upon whether or not people opted into the available time of use rate or not.
Okay, thank you. Now turning to some other matters, and if you can answer this, that's fine. According to a recent Ernst & Young study, global electrical or EV sales are estimated to reach a majority status over internal combustion engines by 2033 to 2036 in the United States. Does Evergy have a time frame in mind that it's planning around and analyzing its proposals around, a time frame in mind when the switch over to EV sales will reach the majority in this country?
Yeah, that's a great question, Judge. I don't know that we have a specific time frame. Probably better for the program design folks, but in general, I don't know that we have a specific time frame developed upon switch over to majority. But we certainly pay a lot of attention to the automaker investment and plans and model rollouts. Pay attention to studies that are numerous out there, like the one you cite. There's one out there that's fairly recent from Deloitte that indicates that compound annual growth rate of adoptions going to be in the range of 30% a year moving forward. So we certainly believe, and which is why we brought the program forward, that it makes sense to continue to evaluate and assess and implement programs to help us understand what we know is coming, gather data, work through this so that we can do the overall service to mobile customers in as efficient and effective way as we can. This program in and of itself is not an end game, right? It's a 5-year program that is the next step in the process that's going to help us just be that much smarter and gather that much more information and put forward the next plan as adoption continues to ramp up.
Okay, I'm going to fax you a little bit here and refer you to Mr. Casely's direct, and if you have an issue or a problem, let me know. But on page 6, lines 10 to 13 of Mr. Casely's direct, he states, Evergy's request for TE pilot programs and rates to support EV adoption, enable off-peak charging, educate customer and other key stakeholders, and information, Evergy's future efforts to maximize the benefits of TE to all customers. Can you explain, Mr. Ives, how this program will support EV adoption?
Yeah, I think we talk about it a lot, right? I mean, the simple answer for me is when you're a mobile customer or you're looking to become a mobile customer, drive a TE, one of the factors that's under consideration for you is how easy and how comfortable am I going to be fueling my vehicle? I'm about to spend $20,000, $30,000 in a multi-year investment, And if one of my top concerns is I don't know where I'm going to get my electricity once I'm away from home, it might be easier for you to make that type of investment decision in an internal combustion engine vehicle. So to me, that's the primary way it's going to help adopt EV, is it reduces range anxiety. We do a lot, and we presented probably several in this proceeding, customer surveys and polls and research, and range anxiety is always in the top two concerns of customers when they're thinking about purchasing an electric vehicle.
Can you tell us how an increased installation of 240 V outlet installations, or how an increased installation of 240 V outlets will translate to increased transportation, electrification?
Yeah, so on the 240 volt, we've got two versions there, right? We've got the developer program. We spent some time talking yesterday about our belief that a little bit of work with developers to start to incent them to make this a standard in their new home development has the potential to cascade across developers who want to provide the same level of service. Makes it easier for folks that want an EV to know how and where they're going to charge their EV while they're at home, which is always in every study listed as the primary charging location for EVs. And the same is true a little bit, although, on the residential customer 240 outlet that we're putting in, you have to demonstrate you have a car. But if you know about the program and you're looking to get a car, you might be able to weave that all together and feel comfortable that you can charge your car at home in 2 hours or 3 hours versus 9 or 10 hours if you're only charging at level 1 while you're home. So it's, the biggest part of our program, Judge, my perspective, is it's about the education, it's the website work, it's the work with the dealerships. I think Mr. Casely talked about a number of those things yesterday, and being a resource for all that information and information that's informed by experience we're seeing and gathering on charging behaviors and things like that will help our customers become more comfortable in their transition to electric vehicles.
Okay. Some questions concerning regulatory asset. Did Evergy work with its shareholders when designing the pilot program as it was submitted in the application?
No, that's not that's not a function of shareholders for a regulated utility.
Okay, fair enough. Why shouldn't the company and its shareholders bear some of the risk of the pilot instead of just the ratepayers?
Yeah, so I've got some testimony on this, I think, in my SIR rebuttal, but, I have a pretty strong belief that, provision of service to customers, in this case, we're talking about mobile customers, is paid for by customers. Shareholders' responsibilities in the regulated environment are to provide the capital resources to make the investment, provide the equity, provide the debt if you're a debt holder in our organization to fund that work, but customers pay for their service. I don't think it's appropriate to share for the provision of general service to customers.
Questions concerning residential customer EV outlet rebate. Missouri had a statute authorizing a state tax credit program for EV charging infrastructure installation, which expired in 2018. Wouldn't it be better for the legislature to revise that tax credit, which was in section 135.710 RSMO, than to ask ratepayers to pay for a rebate program? Do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, so a couple things, right? you know, Mr. Casely spoke yesterday about our continued dialogue with legislators across the states that we work in on looking for more state support for EV charging infrastructure and what we know is coming with EVs. Legislative process can sometimes be relatively complicated. You know, when legislation is passed, and I'll use the example of the solar rebates that were provided for rooftop solar a number of years ago, very good legislation that ended up making more opportunities available for people to add a distributed generation on their rooftops. But at the end of the day, the rebates that Evergy paid consistent with that legislation were borne by customers. So just because it's legislation doesn't mean that it's not a cost to serve customers that ultimately ends up being recovered in customer rates.
Thank you. The Office of Public Counsel recommends the participants should be required to sign up for the company's existing whole house opt-in time of use rates. Given net metered customers cannot currently participate in the company's time of use rates, what could or should be done to avoid unduly discriminating against non-metered customers? Can you answer that?
Yeah, so, you know, Mr. Casely spoke a little bit about this yesterday, and you know, I would say it this way, you know, we may have a little bit of a fundamental difference with certain parties on what the right approach is for addressing TOU in the state of Missouri. I mean, there are certainly some parties that think mandatory TOU is a quick solution to change behaviors of customers in the state. We tend to disagree with that. Tend to believe, as Mr. Casely cited, that you know, more customer choice and more option for customers to opt into rates that fit their lifestyle and fit how they use our system is a better way to engage and interact with customers on how they take service from us. You know, that said, we have been doing work with the piloted TOU rate, as you know. We were in and gave a presentation a couple weeks ago now, demonstrating that, you know, we had quite a bit of success compared to the targets that were laid out for that program. Have done a preliminary evaluation and measurement report that we've shared with parties that has led us to some things that we will likely bring forward in our next rate case. You know, one example of that would be that whole house rate you're speaking about is a 3-part TOU rate, which may not be the best solution for an EV driver that has other things going on at their house. We are looking at, based on some of the results we've had from our pilot, of proposing a 2-part rate that may be a better fit for an EV driver than our existing rate. Also looking at the availability of TOU that we might be able to bring forward as an option for net metering customers, specifically to address some of the things you're talking about. So, I mean, I guess I would just say we're not at the finish line. You know, 5 years ago, probably, we generally had one available rate for residential customers, and that had been that way for decades. We are in a transition phase of more rates and more choice for customers, in large part unlocked by technology and investments that this commission has allowed us to make. But it's a journey that we're still on.
All right. You may not have heard me at the beginning because you weren't testifying yet, and it really hasn't been significant yet in your testimony. but because of some issues we're having creating our record here, I'm asking all persons, including witnesses, to spell out the words that are indicated by abbreviations. You've used TOU and EV, and we all know what those mean, but you meant by EV, electrical vehicle, and TOU, you meant time of use. Is that correct?
Yes, I did hear that. I apologize. We are an acronym-heavy industry, and I get caught sometimes.
Those are the actual words in the industry, aren't they?
More often than not.
Questions now concerning developer EV out, or there I did it, electrical vehicle outlet rebate.
Hey, Judge, this is Commissioner Holzman. I have a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner Holtzman.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the process when a third party wants to install a charging station for the public use in your territory? When Tesla decides, or any third party that's not affiliated with utility wants to put in stations at a grocery store or a gas station or anywhere, what's the process for them to do that? Do they contact the utility first? And can you say no? Do you look at that as competition for this program in the long run? Can you talk a little bit about your interactions with third-party charging stations?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, so a little bit, and maybe there's somebody better on our team that could have, but let me give it a shot. I'll start at the end on competition. Absolutely don't see it as competition for this program. We think it's complementary. We've been very clear for years now, even back when we started putting in the CCN in 2015, that we did not want to be and did not believe we should be the sole provider of charging infrastructure in our service territory. But we did believe it was important to get this process started and get a backbone in, and we still believe it's important to make sure that things are getting done in the best form for the system and in the most equitable way to serve customers across our territory. When customers want to put in a charging station, if they need line extension or additional connections, for sure they will have to talk to us to do that. I mean, I think about, look, if you're going to put it out at the end of your parking lot and you probably don't have a line that's coming up out of the ground at the end of your parking lot, you may need to work with us to go through that. If you're putting it behind your meter in a place that you don't need anything other than an electrician to come in and make a connection, then maybe we don't know that you put a charging station at your property and are beginning to have increased load at your store or at your area from stations. I don't think there's any mandate that they have to do. And I think you had one more question, Commissioner. And I think your question was, would we say no? And I think the answer to that's no. And we have an obligation to serve. And if people want to put service in, we'll find a way to make that work. We may coordinate with them and try and collaborate on better solutions or better outcomes or better way to do it. But I think if they say they want it, we'll ultimately provide the service. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
We may have lost our connection there. Point of clarification, you did use CCM in there and you meant Clean Charge Network. Is that right?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm the first witness on this new rule. I'm not doing very well.
Yeah, you are getting it, aren't you? Yeah. Well, that
Clean Charge Network.
It's not a certificate of convenience and necessity. All right.
Yeah, correct.
Now, given the increase in electrical vehicle adoption and the reality that developers incorporate amenities like electrical vehicle charging to meet customer demands and move units, is it more likely than not, in your opinion, that new homes are already built with level 2 capable electrical outlets in garages or accessible to outside walls?
I don't think that's the experience of our team at this point, or we wouldn't be bringing the program forward. And I have to remind parties that this is a relatively small program. It may be a few hundred developer outlets. So we're not trying to make sure that we fund the market to do that. We're trying to get more connection with the developers and more dialogue with them in a way that hopefully does make that the standard to build to.
Okay, I asked some questions yesterday concerning the type of information which Evergy is going to track in this program. I'd like to follow up with you on some of those questions. Generally speaking, what type of information will Evergy be tracking for this program?
Yeah, so a couple things. I mean, I think we talked yesterday about some of the basics, right, in terms of the things we'll be tracking around EV owners that accept our residential rebates, right? We'll know they have a car. We'll know the type of car they have. We'll be able to begin to evaluate the disaggregated AMI data based on that knowledge to chart and graph their charging patterns. We'll be able to identify if our education and communication to them is moving their charging patterns voluntarily to the timeframes that are better for system utilization, which will then in turn help us to retarget education and communication to the extent we're not seeing that type of move. And all of that information will be summarized to be able to come back and see how effective our opt-in, do the right thing for yourself and for the grid based on our education and our marketing materials, how well that's working, so that will lead to informing future tariffs or rate design or offerings that we might need to make if we're not having the success we hope to on managing the system impacts. That's certainly for the residential side. The same holds true, I think, on the rebate for the commercial side. I mean, we're going to have smart chargers out there, so we'll be able to see charging patterns and use just like we do on our clean charge network today, so we can evaluate how well customers are getting their service met as a mobile customer as they drive through the territory. So I think a lot of it is going to be the charging data. It certainly helps us be smarter about the specific vehicles and the location of vehicles in our territory based on at least participants in the program. In addition to the EPRI generated reports that we receive that give us all electric and hybrid vehicle numbers that Mr. Voris spoke about yesterday.
Yeah, I've got a series of questions here, and I think that you've actually now responded to a substantial extent to them, but if you have something specific to add to that answer with respect to these questions, please, well, we'll take them one by one. How will Evergy know that the developer rebate worked on the basis of information and feedback?
Yeah, so a lot of it's through collaboration and discussion with the developers as we roll out the program to them. I think we'll get to understand where they are applying those rebates and putting those in. Ultimately, when we know where they're at, we can do the AMI disaggregation work that we are building, so we can tell that if there are cars there utilizing that port. Hopefully through the developer collaboration, we'll also be able to determine whether it's becoming more of a standard for developers to put outlets into garages as they also watch the same things we watch, I'm sure, about the automakers and the adoption curves expected for EVs.
Yes, thank you. And you may have given the answer to this question, but if you have something to add, I'm going to ask the question this way. How will the company keep track of whether a future homeowner chooses to upgrade the developer installed pre-wired outlet and or purchase an electrical vehicle and starts charging it at home?
Yeah, so a couple things. I mean, you know, the hope would be if the developer pre-installs the 240 outlet that we're providing a rebate and proposing for, there won't be a need for the for an upgrade of that outlet, right? It'll be there and it'll be ready for somebody to plug in their electric vehicle and do level 2 charging. And I think, you know, it goes back to the work we're doing on the technology, the disaggregation of the AMI data to be able to, you know, look at those homes and see if we're seeing the types of loads that are, you know, reflective of an electric vehicle. You know, that disaggregation work, it's a little bit of a learning model where the more experience we have with that program, seeing charging patterns, the more it's going to identify potential charging patterns when we apply it to a new house or a new residence.
Okay.
Hey, Judge. Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I want to follow up on that specific question. I actually had more follow-ups on my previous one, but for whatever reason, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
Commissioner, I'm assuming this is Commissioner Holtzman.
Yes, this is Commissioner Holtzman. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So on the developer rebate, is there an amperage or a wire gauge specification requirement? You know, the 10 gauge or 8 gauge wire. When the homeowner installs, they have to decide what their battery management system is going to require for their charging level. You know, different vehicles will accept different loads. For example, the Tesla will, I believe, max out at a 42 amp, but you can put a 60 amp outlet in, or I think down to 6 gauge wire to actually charge that, but that might not be appropriate for a plug-in hybrid that, you know, has a much smaller battery. Is there a requirement on the developer side to have a minimum gauge and a minimum amperage to qualify, other than just a 2-pole 240 outlet?
Yeah, so I'll give you my my recovering accountant answer. I think I've heard the folks in the program, Mr. Vors in particular, indicate that you know, it's 40 to 50 amp is where we're providing rebates for outlets. There are cars, to your point, that can make bigger pulls on the system, and we're not providing rebates for outlets that allow that to occur. We're leaving it in that 40 to 50 amp range.
Okay, and if I could go take us back, if you can hear me now, because again, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me, to the previous question about third party installers. I have a billing question about that. So if let's say I'm going to use Tesla because this is a particular example. Tesla decides they're going to put an 8-station charging platform in your service territory. Now that each station could pull up to 400, kilowatts per hour, a tremendous amount of electricity to charge in a super fast time, which might be very different than a normal level 2 charger that you might find at a grocery store through a charge point or another provider. When the billing time comes, I assume that Tesla, you charge Tesla for the power, and then they turn around and charge the end user. Is there any constrictions on their markups? If Tesla decided that they were going to triple the electricity cost to the end consumer, they're buying it, I assume, at a wholesale rate from you. Are there any provisions in place in either statute or in your own your own regulation guidelines that would prevent a third-party user from exorbitant end user fees or charges for the power that you're providing at a wholesale rate?
Well, I mean, the short answer to that is not that I'm aware of, because there's lots of different ways to charge, right? I mean, they could charge by time, they could charge by utilizing the space. I mean, there's a number of ways they can do it. You're correct. We have a tariffed rate that that we charge that the host or the provider, but we don't really have visibility unless it's unless it's connected to our clean charge network system, that what's coming out of that to the end use mobile customer.
And do you ever worry about load? I mean, if you have all 8 of those stations going at the same time, I can imagine that there's a pretty significant draw for that use. I mean, is there a factor that goes into placement of those larger stations, and will you have that concern in the future if there's a proliferation of heavy use stations throughout your territory? Do you have a plan or an idea that to monitor how much you're actually taking from which part of the grid?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty complicated question, right? But I think the short answer is yes. I mean, if we had to use your example, a Tesla bank coming in that had 8 fast charge Tesla ports coming on it, we'd be engaged with them on the infrastructure in place to support that bank and provide them the energy they need for that load. So we'd know kind of the system requirements and needs at the time they came to us in that situation. It's not as clear when you get to a one-off or 1 or 2 level 2 chargers put at the back of a convenience store or something like that, for sure. But yeah, I mean, that's part of what we're trying to do with the program here, to create rebates for third-party commercial installers, as well as continue to target some of the things that we have with our requested cap increase on our clean charge network. As we continue to gather data, we continue to see usage characteristics on these sites, whether it's our clean charge network or whether it's the new third-party chargers that participate in rebates from us, and hopefully we mitigate that moving forward as much as we're able to. But to your point, you look at the hockey stick potential for car adoption, and you extrapolate that to likely needed charging infrastructure past our 5-year window. We think what we've proposed will probably help us get through the next 5. But you look past that, and we're all going to have to continue to pay a lot of attention to the build out and the impacts to the systems as this takes effect. It has the potential to be transformational on the grid.
Okay, my last question here. It's pretty evident to me that the developers who use this and the homeowners who use this in their homes, having the outlet established, you're going to be able to pick whatever actual charger that your vehicle is going to require and any interconnectivity that you need. But when you're out and about and you're in public, is there any consideration, especially within your own charging network, for proprietary interconnective requirements? So as each maker of automobiles have different portals that they require. I know Tesla's a different charging portal than Chrysler. One of the concerns with folks who are stepping into the EV market is, are they going to have access to the diversity of the proprietary for the end-use charging applications? And have you given any consideration to the fact that in your own network, because I understand you can't control third-party networks and what opportunities they're providing, but in your own network, how do you intend to deal with the number of manufacturers who may have proprietary interconnectivity connectors?
Yeah, so this may be a little oversimplified, but I believe that by and large there are two primary different connections. It's Tesla and it's kind of everybody else. We are paying attention to that and trying to make sure that our network has the ability to serve the different plugs or ports. And it's going to be interesting, right? I mean, Tesla has announced that they intend to open up their proprietary charging stations to charging for other vehicles besides Tesla. So Tesla's going to have to solve for some of that as well, right? Making their platform more available, or at least making it more readily available for people to have an adapter to put on the Tesla port and convert it to what they need for their cars.
Okay. So as we look out 5 years, was what this pilot is proposing. I predict that 5 years from now, the battery technology is going to evolve to a place where we could see that become a power plant, a reverse power share with the home. And that leads us into questions back towards the net metering, where if you are on a time of use and you're getting your power at one rate at night, then you're discharging it from your vehicle in the day, have you guys gone through any policies that are going to be around when these batteries get to the point where they can power share at a peak time?
Yeah, and that, my perspective, and I'm not as close to it as some of the folks that design the programs, but a lot of discussion in that space has been for years, right, about vehicle to grid and ability to use those cars as an additional battery resource, and just really not there yet. But we've got to be thinking about it, not just us, right? I mean, the industry's got to think about it and think about how that's going to impact the grid. I mean, we've talked for years about the difficulties on the grid when you're bringing power back onto the grid and you've brought it more two-way. And, we talk about that a lot with solar, or we did in years past. And you're going to have some of the same implications, not only from a rate design standpoint, but making sure that home system or whatever it's going to be can handle that flow back from the battery into the house the same way that it's taking power out of the house to the battery. So no doubt we've got to all continue to focus on that evolution, because I agree with you. I don't know if it's 5 years, but I think there's a time in the relatively quick future where vehicle to grid is going to be a lot more prevalent.
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Picking up at my end, Mr. Ives, does Evergy have plans to ascertain what motivated a homeowner, whether living in a developer, pre-wired home, or seeking the rebate themselves to go electric? What motivated them to go electric and get an electrical vehicle?
Yeah, I think that absolutely. I think Mr. Voris might have alluded to this yesterday. I mean, folks that participate in rebates and participate in our programs, if adopted, are kind of going to be in a lab, right? I mean, we're going to be asking those people to answer questions and do studies and They're going to be aware that we're going to be analyzing their disaggregated AMI data for their usage patterns. And so yes, absolutely. That'll be part of our program, is to understand behaviors and understand things that were informative to their decision.
Has an analysis been conducted to determine an expected time frame between when a home is pre-wired to be electrical vehicle capable and when the owner actually goes electric?
Yeah, so recall on the residential rebate, not the developer, that you're required to demonstrate that you have a vehicle to get the rebate to install that 240 outlet. So that will be, that the car will already be there, right? On the developer, certainly we're going to continue to evaluate the areas where developers have accepted rebates and installed them. I'm not aware of a specific analysis that indicates how quickly somebody's going to move into that house and going to have an electric vehicle, but certainly that'll be part of our use case, right? And we'll be able to look at that AMI data and start to make some assessments. And if people do move in there and we understand that they have a car, we'll be able to start asking them some of the specific questions about whether it was informative to their decision or whether it was just a nice to have because they really wanted to be in the neighborhood.
Okay, some questions concerning the report which was filed with the application.
Okay.
Familiar with that report, I take it, right? Actually filed with your.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, on 24 it states, by tracking electrical vehicle ready home addresses, Evergy expects to have the ability to anticipate where electrical vehicle charging may occur on the system, which can enable further load analysis to support future grid management activities. There's that statement in the report at page 24. Got some questions. First, can you elaborate on what information besides address will be captured and how specifically that information will be used?
Yeah, so maybe a better question for Mr. Vorse when he was up, but I think the short answer is, in large part, it's going to continue to come back to a couple things. It's going to continue to come back to some of that disaggregated analysis on the AMI data, so we can tell how load is hitting the system specific in that EV ready home. Is it happening in off-peak? Is it happening in a targeted 2 or 3 hour charging pattern, or is it happening over a longer time? And then certainly once we know an address and once we know that there are electric vehicles, we can start to think about what that means for commercial charging as well when you start to have a penetration in a certain area, and we'll be able to analyze the data from those smart commercial chargers that are either on our Clean Charge network or took a rebate from the commercial rebate program, so we can see if we're getting increased charging in that area of the network, which could have longer term load analysis or load impacts on the system that we need to think about and address. Again, that's probably my non-engineering accountant answer.
Are you familiar with the acronym PV?
PV?
Yeah, P as in Paul, V as in Victory. Do you know?
I believe it's photovoltaic.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. I think it is too. Well, I'll come back to that in a second. But as a follow-up on your last answer, will the information that you receive and get as you track this program continue to be collected after the pilot program ceases?
Will the information continue to be collected?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, the beauty of the beauty of using the existing infrastructure that we have with the AMI and the technology systems to evaluate the disaggregated data and continue that process, as long as that customer's at that premises and still has a car, we're going to continue to be able to collect that data and evaluate what's going on. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, tell me one more time now, because I'm slow, what PV stands for. This is not a test. I just really need to have you tell me again.
I believe it is photovoltaic.
Yeah, photovoltaic. PHOTOVOLTAIC.
Oh, voltaic, I think. VOLATIC, probably.
Well, similar to photovoltaic penetration, are there levels or thresholds under which electrical vehicle adoption can be helpful or over which can become harmful to the system? Are you in a position to address that question?
Yeah, I mean, at a high level, I would say, sure. Our premise is that if we can be successful bringing load onto the system in a constructive way through our education and through our work and getting people to use level 2 chargers, fast chargers versus, I think what Mr. Vore said, the trickle charge or the level 1 charger, then we can have more influence on when that load comes onto the system to charge. Our system, as folks are aware, is built to peak demand and peak load. So that means other than that design peak, every other hour of the system is underutilized to some degree. So if we can move the load into that underutilized system, increasing overall system utilization, that means we get more kilowatt hour cells off of existing infrastructure. So that's a good thing. When we run into problems is when we start to get enough penetration that we get heavy load on a particular circuit or a particular area of our business, and we have to go out and make an additional investment, right? Another distribution investment. Our belief, and you heard this yesterday, is we're probably not there now, and we're probably not there over the next 5 years. But as adoption rates continue to move up that hockey stick approach, that there probably will be pockets where that'll happen, and we'll have to make system investments. Hopefully, we're as ahead of it as we can be with our marketing and our education and the data that we've been analyzing through our programs so that we can mitigate it to the best of our ability. But you add the type of load that some are projecting for transportation electrification, it's going to add system requirements over the long term.
Has Evergy considered whether it needs to develop a process to cap the number of rebate requests from a specific developer or sought within a particular development area?
Yeah, we haven't, and I think maybe one of the witnesses spoke about this a little bit yesterday. I mean, we just don't have that many developer rebates in the plan. I mean, it's probably hundreds, not thousands. So we don't think that there's any material impact. We think the impact is going to be from the developer relationship and the dialogue and the education with the developers. And I think the same is going to be true in the residential rebate, because you have to have a car to get the residential rebate. It's not likely that we're going to oversaturate any particular neighborhood or subdivision, at least in this initial program that we've laid out.
I think my question presupposed, and I think maybe you have addressed its presupposition, so tell me if you have. But the presupposition was that a high concentration of rebates could drive the need for system improvements and incremental infrastructure investments that could have otherwise been avoided without the rebates. Have you addressed that and basically told me that the company does not think there's going to be an over concentration of rebates?
Yeah, you're right. We don't think at the size of the programs that we've put forward over the 5-year plan that's a reasonable or likely outcome of the programs as designed.
Okay. Now some questions concerning commercial electrical vehicle charge rebates by site type. First, in Appendix A to Evergy's report in its application, you're familiar with Appendix A of the report, I assume, correct?
It has been a long time since May, but I will turn to it here.
All right, well, you're turning, and if you can't answer a question, that's fine, just let me know. But
Yep, fair enough. I'm here.
Okay, you're there. Under the section for the commercial electrical vehicle charger rebate, the objective states that this program will also allow Evergy to better understand where electrical vehicle charging is occurring on the system, which will enable further load analysis and customer targeting. Now, given the amount of commercial electrical vehicle charging that already exists in Evergy services or Evergy service area outside of the program such as this, explain how Evergy currently does load analysis and customer targeting for those chargers. Can you do that?
Yeah, so I'll give you a high-level answer. Probably Ms. Winslow or Mr. Vorse would have been great for that. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It was really quiet for a minute. I thought maybe I'd lost connection. But we certainly, you know, every charger that we've put in the Clean Charge network is is a smart charger that provides us all that information on number of sessions that occur at a station, an amount of charge that occurs during each session, lets us gather and analyze trends and approaches and things. I mean, you know, I was just looking last night at a report that showed that we had higher utilization on our Clean Charge network over the last 4 months than we've had since we put that program in place back in 2015. So we get that information quite frequently, and it certainly helps us understand where people are driving their electric vehicles and where their pinch points are, right? Where they feel like they need to stop and top off their battery or charge a little bit from a range anxiety standpoint, whether it's a workplace or whether it's a grocery store or any place else. So we have all that data available from that network to analyze and assess what's going on in our service territory related to public charging.
Okay, Appendix A of the application references in the implementation strategies section that customers must provide Evergy with access to usage/utilization data, install stations in dedicated electrical vehicle parking spaces, and agree to future demand response capabilities. Can you explain what the company means by agree to future demand responses capabilities?
Sure, that's that's part of the discussion that I think Mr. Vors had, and I did as well today with Mr. Dunbar from ChargePoint. That you know, part of I'll call it the price of admission to get a rebate from us for a commercial charging station will be that that station needs to be a smart charger. The installer needs to agree to give us the information. They have to have a dedicated location to put that charger so that it can be utilized efficiently and effectively. And then lastly, similar to our Clean Charge network, it needs to, that station needs to participate in demand response events, should we call them, similar to how we have folks on our thermostat program that participate in demand response events when called. We talked about with Mr. Dunbar that we need to put that programmatic approach to demand response in place, and as part of those materials that those developers will agree to and sign up for when they take that rebate, so they understand the guardrails around it, what a demand response event looks like, and what the duration might be, and what their opportunities are to opt out of a particular event if they need to for a given reason. The other thing that I think Mr. Casely might have talked about when he was on the stand yesterday is, our approach to demand response from charging stations is not intended to be just shut them off. We have the ability, and we've tested it on our Clean Charge network, to ratchet back the load that comes through those stations to where they will provide about 50% of what they're capable of providing in a demand response event, which is important because if people are stopping with range anxiety and their battery's almost gone, they still need the opportunity to charge, and it will just be at a reduced clip, if that makes sense.
Now, does the statement that you've made that I quoted out to you in Appendix A of your application, does that statement mean that the customer may participate in any demand-side aggregators program, or is it limited to only through Evergy's program or programs?
Yeah, our approach would be that if they're taking a rebate from Evergy, that they would participate in our called demand response events with that station, or at least participate in the program. They may opt out of that particular event we call, but they participate in our program.
Well, as a follow-up to that question, as it occurs to me here, will Evergy be acquiring, collecting, analyzing, processing information based upon these programs?
Absolutely. I mean, the intent is to do it just like the stations that we're installing from the Clean Charge network, utilize that data from that smart charger that accepted a rebate from us, so that we can analyze, collect, and have that in addition to the data that we have from our Clean Charge network.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to acquire that information in that way if they were participating in other demand-side aggregators program. Have I said that right?
Well, I think if they didn't agree to provide us that data, which would be a condition of getting the rebate from us, we would have no way to gather it at the level that they will have it.
All right.
If somebody goes out and just installs their own charger of their own, volition without a rebate.
the implementation strategy for the commercial electrical vehicle charger rebate program in Appendix A of Evergy's application says the company will issue an FRI. Now, is that a request for information? Is that the meaning of that acronym, FRI?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to restate the question now that I've run into that. And while I'm at it, before I get down the line, what does DCFC stand for? Oh, it says.
All right. I got a little help here. So DC fast charger.
Look at myself here. I think that's the definition I've seen too. Yeah, or how about direct current fast charger?
That's even better.
Well, it's different substantially, isn't it? Okay. But we are going to use DCFC to mean direct current fast charging with this question. So the implementation strategy for the commercial electrical vehicle charger rebate program in Appendix A of Evergy's application says the company will issue a request for information to develop a list of qualified level 2 and direct current fast charging chargers meeting technical specifications. Can you describe what the technical specifications will be? Are you in a position to do that?
Yeah, I probably can't give you an answer beyond kind of the information that's in the parentheses right after that. The networked, Energy Star certified, level 2 safety certification. I think Mr. Voris and Mr. Dunbar might have talked about a list of eligible chargers yesterday a little bit that would be developed, to your point, but you have taxed me to the end of my technical abilities.
Well, I wanted to see where they were. Now, the seriousness here, though, the statement I read out to you in paraphrasing Appendix A referred to a request for information, indicates the company will issue this request for information. So my question is there a draft for the request for inquiry? That's what I think the commission can see. Is that something we see at this point in draft?
Judge, you were cutting out a little bit. I don't know if it's just me and my connection.
No, I don't think it's just you. Well, it may be one of us, but I'm hearing some background buzz now. Can you hear me okay?
I can now, yes, thank you. I think you asked about a draft of that might be available of the RFI to develop the list of qualified stations.
Yeah, that's what I asked.
Yeah, I am not aware that there is a draft in hand today. I think generally we have a pretty good sense of what will be included in there, as I'm sure folks like ChargePoint do as well, because we have a fair amount of experience with the Clean Charge Network. But I don't think we have put that in place yet.
Oh, okay. Something's cutting in here. Are you there anymore?
I am still here, yep.
Okay, well, the background noise is gone and so is the laughter. I thought it was a dog barking for a minute.
I didn't think my answer was that funny, but maybe it was.
Well, I don't know. I didn't either. Well, RFI, if it's actually in progress, a request for inquiry might be able to tell us where we stand on these technical specifications. Let me ask this question. I think I've got your answer, but here it is. Do you know what the technical requirements for demand response capabilities will be for the L2, for the level 2, for the direct current charger that we were talking about? You know what those technical?
I think from a demand response standpoint, it's just going to be developing the guardrails on the program. And like I mentioned, I think our plan would be to be able to ramp down those smart chargers up to 50% of their capacity from a charging standpoint. And I don't think there's any other technical specifications other than folks, which is going to be a requirement, that they're going to have to install a smart charger, and they're going to have to agree to share information and participate in our demand response program.
Okay. How will the enrollment timing work for the program, and what all will Evergy consider when evaluating applications? You able to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a specific answer to timing. I think we'll get when we get a commission order and we know what the programs are going to look like and what our capabilities are going to be. We'll start thinking about our rollout of marketing and communication and begin to accept applications for those rebates. Generally, when we have a program like this, they are first come, first serve when people contact us and have met the criteria, and it will be as quick as people find value and interest in our programs.
Some questions concerning the electric transit service rate. How does the electric transit service 2-period time of use rate off peak period that starts at 6 p.m. help shift electrical vehicle charging to off-peak times for Evergy's load?
Yeah, so we have a transit rate in place in Kansas, so we have a little bit of at least in one of our territories over there at this stage. So we have a little bit of experience, and what this 2-part rate and that time frame really kind of lines to is kind of what makes sense and what works for the depots for the metro bus companies and folks. It takes quite a bit of time to gather a charge for a good-sized vehicle like that. So a significant amount of that 12 hours is gonna be in the off-peak period. So there may be a little bit of overlap in the early part of that window, but I think the 2-part has been found to make a lot of sense for that type of operation.
Okay, some questions concerning the business electrical vehicle charging service rate. Can you explain what the quote facility demand close quote charge is and how it is calculated for a given customer?
Yeah, so you may be you may be beyond my expertise there. That might have been a better question for Brad Lutz.
Okay. Well, then you may have to give me the same answer to the subpart, but is that different from quote the demand charge? The distinction is between facility demand charge and demand charge. Are you not in a position to address the difference?
Yeah, I'm probably not comfortable going through that dialogue. I apologize.
No, that is fine. Are you able to tell us what is meant by quote managed charging, close quote?
Yeah, I mean, in general, managed charging is the concept of getting the charging to the time frame that's going to be more beneficial to the system and align with system capacity versus, I guess the inverse would be unmanaged charging, where I'll call it the level 1 trickle effect, where somebody just plugs in and lets it run for 10 hours, kind of regardless of what the time frame is.
And one more question along those lines, and just tell me if you're not the witness, but how does the removal of a demand charge but the retention of a facility demand charge work to incentivize managed charging? Are you able to address that issue?
Yeah, that's probably not me either.
Okay, changing direction, questions concerning customer education and program administration. What are the expected costs per year for education and administration? Are you able to say?
Cost per year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 1.6 million over the 5-year program period. I don't know that it's as simple as to divide that by 5. It's probably a little bit more complicated because you probably have some upfront development cost and a few things that'll get you off the ground, right? But in Metro it's 1.1 million, and that's a couple $100,000 a year if you just straight line it, and it's 600,000 in Missouri West, so that's 120,000 a year if you just straight line that.
Other parties in this case have expressed concerns about a lack of evidence, as they characterize it or argue, of how the education and marketing will help customers participate in, quote, managed charging, or how the rebate program helps customers join in a managed charging program. So can you describe what the company plans to do for customer education and how the rebate program ties in with that?
Yeah, so I think that kind of goes back, Judge, to our, I'll call it, fundamental disagreement with certain parties in Missouri as to whether, mandatory time of use rates is the only way to move behavior. I'll call it the stick approach, that whether it works for you or not, and whether it fits your lifestyle or not, you're gonna start being on a time of use rate. We think, and we've been working through this with our 3-part time of use whole house rate pilot, that education and marketing and dialogue with customers, utilization of website materials, utilization of social media, all the touch points for customers will move people to rates that benefit them. It won't move people that a 3-part time of use rate doesn't work for, because to Mr. Casely's point, they're they work overnight and need to be home during the day, or they've got 5 kids and a set of grandparents living at the house all day long and can't shift behavior in and of just because they're mandated to a rate. But we hope to have other options and other alternatives for those customers. We've talked about today the preliminary results of the study that we brought forward to parties, and another final report that comes out in that at the end of the year that will inform what we move forward on in that rate case in January of this next year that Mr. Woodsmall and I discussed, whether that brings to light a 2-part time of use rate, or time of use available to net metering customers, or other things, hoping to use our technology and our capabilities to provide the service to customers the way they'd like to have their bills and service provided to them. So that's a long answer. I don't know if I answered your question, but I think it is about education and outreach and using all channels available to us to touch customers and inform them of the benefits of moving their power usage to the off-peak times to the extent they're able to.
Thank you.
Judge,
Some questions?
this is Chairman Sylvia. I'd like to ask a question on that point.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Ives. This issue, it came up yesterday during Mr. Casey's testimony as well. And I understand the position that the company is saying as far as being opposed to mandating time of use rates. But I'm trying to understand, does the company treat mandated time of use rates for everyone the same as mandated time of use rates in exchange for participation in an incentive program? Because I feel like those are two different equations.
Yeah, so I thought about that a little bit, Chairman, after you had that dialogue with Mr. Casey yesterday, and I think my answer, this is going to sound really wishy-washy, right? Is maybe. I mean, I think we are asking for several things from people to take these rebates in terms of ability to utilize information and ability to participate in our lab room study, right? That was a term that was thrown around yesterday on how we're going to benefit from the deployment of outlets or charging stations based on these rebates. So does it make sense to ask for another thing? Maybe for some customers, right? Maybe that'll be a no-brainer. For the EV driver that happens to have a set of grandparents and 5 kids under the age of 8 at home and they can't change their behavior, it might be a real disincentive for them to make that electric vehicle purchase if the only way they can do it is go on that mandatory 3-part time of use rate. I'm hoping our information gathered will help us continue to evolve our design. And if we ultimately don't move them through education and marketing, then we'll have, like we've talked about, net metering time of use or 2-part rate time of use, or things that can meet everybody where they're at instead of the one-size-fits-all approach of what we have right now.
Okay, so exploring that idea of possible rates in the future, if the commission were to approve this program, is it then unamendable for the next 5 years? Like, you couldn't come back and seek changes? Like, if it started out mandating the time of use rate that is there, and then in the intervening 5 years, multiple other rates are developed, would you be unable to ask to amend this program to include those other rates?
No, I don't think it's unamendable. I mean, I think we could put them on, and I think we could ultimately create additional opportunities if there are future rates available. I come back to, I'm not sure that the mandatory rate that we have right now won't dissuade people to purchase an EV that maybe otherwise would. And I'm not excited about dissuading customers from making an election in a large investment like that because of something that we're mandating.
Okay, but just so we're clear, their decision to purchase an EV is not predicated on whether or not they have a TOU. Their ability to get an incentive to install the charger might be, but that doesn't keep them from buying an electric car.
Well, I think there are lots of things. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, right? I mean, there are lots of things that create barriers to making an election to buy an EV compared to an internal combustion engine, range anxiety is one, whether you've got to go on a rate that might not be beneficial to your house if you bring home an electric vehicle could be one. Price point is one. So it could bear on it for sure.
Okay, I guess I just see it as a fairly easy equation to figure out whether switching to that rate by mandate saves me more than $500 that I would get in the incentive or not. I don't know that I totally believe it plays into the bigger picture of leaving a combustion engine for an EV, but okay, thank you, Mr. Ives, thank you, Judge.
Hey, Judge,
you,
this
Chairman.
is Commissioner Roop. I'd like to chime in with a question, please.
Yeah, please proceed, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ives.
Good morning, Commissioner Roop.
If this question has been asked, I apologize. I don't remember hearing it, but the EV time of use rate has a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. off-peak rate, but that seems to conflict with your guys' current system peak, which lasts until 8 p.m. So could you clarify the difference there?
Yeah, I wish we had one of our program developers on with you, but in short, I believe it is intended to be a fairly simple, straightforward two-part rate for electric transit only. It's not a typical broad distribution EV rate, and it's kind of developed based upon dialogue with those transit authorities on what timing works best for them for when buses get back to and are likely available for charging at their depots. So it may not be perfect. It has a little bit of overlap, but it fits what works for them, and those buses are going to charge for a fairly lengthy period of time.
Okay.
I think it's from dialogue with customers that has kind of driven us to set that where it is. The good part about that is we have a little bit of history with a transit rate in one of our Kansas service territories. So we're already gathering some information on what those impacts look like. We'll have more here if the commission approves these tariffs and these rates. And if it's causing a problem, we'll be able to tweak it as we move forward and evaluate actual data on utilization of the tariff.
All right. So, because you guys did such a great job with wait till 8 that you don't think there's a messaging conflict there?
I don't think so, because it's so limited to the electric transit service.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. The questions concerning regulatory considerations. Evergy wants to create a regulatory asset for the program costs. But is Evergy asking to retain additional revenue for the program until it is set into rates as a way of capturing carrying costs?
Yeah, I would say the way I would phrase it is a regulatory asset picks up the incremental cost of the programs that would be approved in the order. That's correct. When you think about incremental revenue, I'm not sure how you measure that. It's a little bit of a debate that we probably have about. We've had a lot of discussion about utilization of the Clean Charge Network, particularly yesterday. I don't believe that utilization is an effective measure for identifying and considering the success of a charging station put out to deal with range anxiety for a mobile customer. I also don't believe a backward look of cars in place today is instructive to whether or not you should put a station in or not. I think you have to build a system that meets the needs of customers moving forward, not just looking backwards. But all that said, gosh, I just lost my train of thought.
Let me repeat.
Can you help? Yeah, can you help me? Can you help me with the second part of that question?
Sure. Yeah, let me restate the global question. I'll move to a sub part of that question, and maybe we can figure it out together. Evergy wants to create a regulatory asset for the program cost. And I asked, is Evergy asking to retain additional revenue for the program until it's set up into rates as a way of capturing? And you've addressed that. Have you addressed that?
Yeah, I think the second part of that answer would be if somebody is charging at a station that got put in place from a rebate for a commercial third-party station, or if they're charging at their residential residential outlet, they already have a car, right? I mean, that's a requirement to be charging. So they're charging somewhere. So you can't just say that the revenue at that new station is incremental. It's just revenue that has created an easing of range anxiety and given somebody a different opportunity to charge their vehicle and relieve that anxiety than what they had before the station went in. But it's not incremental revenue to the system. That's why we did include revenue.
Okay, you may have gotten at this one. Can you explain how all that would work and what additional revenue it would be captured from? And you may have just gone at that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so two things. I don't think it's additional revenue because, again, if the car's in the territory, it's charging somewhere. The station was just put in place because it adds options for mobile customers in the territory. You know, and the same is true, I think, when you talk about revenue on a charging station, and it goes back to the utilization question, Judge. I think there are prevalent studies throughout probably all the materials that have been put forward in this docket that, you know, upwards of 80% of charging gets done at home. And if you're only looking at the revenue on the charging station, but the ability to alleviate range anxiety has brought more cars into the territory, some of that home charging revenue is attributable to reducing range anxiety and having services available for customers. And nobody wants to give any credit to that.
Would Evergy still be tracking the revenue as part of the regulatory asset request?
Well, so we certainly know the revenues that come onto a charging station because they're smart chargers, and we know how many sessions are there, and we know how many kilowatt hours are pulled off that system. We know our tariff rate. But again, our point would be that's not an incremental revenue, but we'll certainly know the utilization of the station.
Are you in a position to say when this commission has ever authorized this kind of a request in the past?
I think the commission has authorized, I don't have all of them in front of me, but multitudes of regulatory assets for new pilot programs or cost or things that have come in play over time. It is not an uncommon treatment.
Okay, I'm about done. I'm going to go all the way back to where I started with you, and I asked you some questions about the Kansas stipulation. I have one more question about that, and I know that's a work in progress. That's what you told me. But I had
Stipulation is not, but the order is.
Okay. I'd asked you why Evergy decided to include an option for time of use rates that actually decreased the rates of those customers who did not opt into the time of use rates. You remember me asking you about that? Difference was 500 versus 250. You remember my questions on that?
I do remember that.
I just have one more question if you can answer it. With respect to the Kansas deal, a stipulation, agreement, plan, program, how long are the customers required to have the time of use rates?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. I think it's I think it's a 1 year commitment to be on that rate before you can cycle off to something else. And what I can't remember is whether there's a period of time before you can come back. I don't remember, but it works both ways, but I believe it's a 1 year commitment.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have. The judges, several commissioners, I think we have 3 commissioners jump in and ask questions. Based on the questions the commissioner have asked and the ones that I have asked, is there cross-examination from anyone? I'm going to
Yes,
go
Judge.
to the top. Let's just do it this way. Does Charge Point have further cross-examination?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Does Renew Missouri have further cross-examination?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does NRDC or Sierra Club have any further cross-examination?
Yes, just a few questions, Judge.
Tell me your name again, please.
This is Joe Halso for NRDC and Sierra Club.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ives, you were present for Mr. Voris's testimony yesterday. Is that right?
I was.
Okay. Did you hear the colloquy that I had with Mr. Voris about the demand response requirements for customers receiving commercial rebates?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have a specific question, you might be able to tune me in, but I was present for that.
I'll set you up. I'll represent to you that in that discussion I had with Mr. Voris, he confirmed the company's position that it expects recipients of commercial rebates to participate in future demand response programs, but not to participate in every single demand response event called pursuant to those demand response programs. Is that your understanding of the company's position?
Yes, it is. I thought I mentioned that there would be some guardrails and likely some level of events that people would be able to opt out of, but that is my understanding, my belief.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you very much. Does MECG, does Mr. Woodsmall have any cross-examination?
Just one question, Your Honor. David Woodsmall for MECG. Going back to the immediate question that you just received, what would happen if a customer took a rebate but then didn't participate in any demand response events? Would you go back and get the rebate, and what would happen?
Yeah, so I don't have that detailed program design put together yet, Mr. Woodsmall, but I think, you can be assured of a couple things. There will be some expectations and some parameters that will be laid out, but people will have to sign up that they agree with those in order to participate. I don't know what the final design will be if somebody just thumbs their nose at us and says thanks for the money, but we're not going to do what we told you we'd do.
Okay, thanks.
Are those your questions, Mr. Woodsmall?
Yes, Your Honor. No, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the Office of Public Counsel have some cross-examination?
Yes, we do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And once again, this is John Kleiser for the Office of Public Counsel. Good morning again, Mr. Ives. First question relates to the discussion you were having with the judge near the very end regarding the accounting. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
I just want to make sure this is clear. The accounting treatment that the company is requesting, does that include additional plant investment for the CCN expansion, or is that just for the rebate programs?
It's just the rebate. The only request that we have in this docket for the investment for the Clean Charge Network is to raise the cap from the levels that are in the tariffs and hopefully get a policy decision from the commission on decisional prudence, which, you know, as I think you and I discussed earlier, would mean from my perspective that the commission wouldn't carte blanche disallow Clean Charge Network investment because the utility made the investment.
All right, so just to verify again, actual plant investment related to the Clean Charge Network expansion would not be included in the accounting request that the company is making here.
That's
correct.
Clear. That's correct.
And as to that second thing you actually talked about, it sounds, am I correct in saying that it's the company's desire to have a policy statement by the commission with regard to
Yeah, so
utility involvement application? I apologize. Continue.
No. So you're right. I mean, I've had this discussion on the stand in the Kansas proceeding. I mean, you know, sometimes people get hung up on the word decisional prudence. I mean, I'd call it a policy direction. I'd call it direction from the commission. Any number of things. But what we really can't have happen, from my perspective, and I think Mr. Casely echoes it in his testimony, is make a decision to invest in charging station infrastructure invested in and owned by the utility that then the commission and parties would come back in post-investment and say, utilities shouldn't be investing in charging stations. You can't recover these dollars because you shouldn't be in that line of investment. I just need to know that now so that if that's the commission's belief, I don't go spend the money and then ultimately ask my shareholders to foot the bill for service to customers.
From my perspective as a lawyer, right, my problem is that the idea is that prudence in this world can be something of a term of art and have special legal significance. So even if the commission weren't to use the word decisional prudence, but made it very clear that its policy was to support transportation electrification, you feel like that would meet your goal?
I think it depends on how that's put out. My concern there, obviously, is that leaves the door open for a lot of parties to potentially come in and argue that the utility shouldn't be making an investment in infrastructure. I think decisional prudence, and I agree, it's a term of art, even as a non-attorney. But I've seen it used. This commission, as well as others, have given decisional prudence, and I've got a case cited in my testimony, I believe, around the comprehensive energy plan. So it's not impossible to do it and still assess management and cost and the other factors at the time that the investments come in.
All right. Well, I think we might disagree there, but I'm not going to press that any further. Thank you for that response. My next question concerns kind of the discussion you were having on what revenue might be included in the accounts. Do you recall that discussion, first of all?
I recall an accounting discussion that did ask about whether or not we were including revenues or not.
Right. And I believe that you had stated something to the effect that there are a large number of vehicles charging at home that's not being taken into account. Is that a fairly accurate description, or do you recall that?
Yeah, I think what I said is there are numerous studies probably layered in the materials in this proceeding that indicate that upwards of 80% of electric vehicle charging happens at home.
Right. My question to you is, can you cite to me anywhere in the filed application where Evergy identifies how many additional electric vehicles have been induced or encouraged because of its existing clean charge network?
I can't cite that specifically. I can certainly tell you that, and Mr. Casely had this discussion yesterday, that, you know, the IHS markets, the information handling services markets, information that we rely upon, that EPRI relies upon, showed for a number of quarters that we were in the top growth metropolitan areas in the country, if not number one in the top 3 or 5, post clean charge network. We weren't before, and St. Louis and many others that don't have that infrastructure haven't been. But to tie it down to each individual car purchaser's personal decision, I don't have that information for you.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to another question. This one, you're going to have to think back a little bit further. It was a little earlier on. It was the first line of questioning that you received from Commissioner Holzman. And you were asked a question regarding third-party electric vehicle charging infrastructure developers. Do you recall from the get-go what I'm referring to there?
I recall some third-party EV developer rebate questions. I'll tune in as you dig down.
Fair enough. Do you recall stating that Evergy does not consider itself competing with third-party electric vehicle charging developers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, can I ask you, if you were a third-party electric vehicle charging developer, would you consider a clean charge network nearby that's providing the same service in competition with you?
I think I would consider it. And look, I don't sit in that seat, right? But I think I would consider it supportive of the type of infrastructure that's going to be necessary to allow me to put in my commercial charging station, so that I get the type of volume and traffic that I expect to get. I've heard it said a number of times, and I think Mr. Fisher even referred to a commission order that said, look, it's going to take everybody to meet what's coming with electric vehicles. I mean, it's going to take municipalities, states, utilities, developers, and I think you have a developer in this docket that has been supportive of utility involvement.
We'll get to that in a second. Let me try this a different way. If you own a gas station and there's another gas station across the street, is that other gas station across the street your competition?
Yeah, at some level, unless it's your sister company.
All right. If I own an electric vehicle charging station and there's another electric vehicle charging station across the street owned by a different company, is that my competition?
I guess it depends on what your purpose is with the charging station. You know, we have a number of people that put them into workplace as an employee benefit, or put it at their Kohl's or their Target or whatever as a benefit to bring customers in for other reasons. So impossible to answer that on just that one assumption.
If, as a third-party developer of an electric vehicle charging station, my goal is to make money, and another charging station exists in close proximity that is offering the same service, Am I competing with that other charging station to make money?
Same answer. I mean, tell me where it's at. Is it at Kohl's? Tell me what the host primary reason is for putting that station in, and we could probably have a better discussion.
To make money, to make a profit. That
Yeah.
is the purpose.
And maybe at Target, their objective to make money is to have more people in their store to sell more of their goods by providing the incentive of electric charging. Still making money. Your question I can't answer.
If you are EVgo and your business model is to make money by selling electricity through charging stations, you would agree that each other charging station is a competitor to you.
It can be, yes. If you're a standalone facility and you're solely built to sell electricity, then other stations could be, and you'll probably consider that in your location that you build.
Do you happen to know what percentage of the EV charger market in the greater Kansas City, Missouri metro area is currently controlled by Kansas City, I would not say KCPL, Evergy, my apologies.
Are you trying to ask me how many charging ports are in the metro area that are part of the Clean Charge network compared to how many charging ports are in the area overall?
Yes.
I don't know that. I would tell you that I would guess it's probably 2/3 of the ports, but we don't have 100% visibility to charging ports that are put in by third parties if they just put in a dumb charger and they've done it on the backside of their service. So I can't answer that.
Are you there, Mr. Kleiser?
I do. I apologize. Do you recall, Mr. Ives, receiving a question from the judge regarding legislation and what effect that legislation might have on the developer rebate program?
Yeah, I can't remember the specific title of it, but the legislation that expired.
Correct.
Yes, I remember a question on that.
Would it also be possible that codes and standards enacted by municipalities or similar government institutions could also require EV charging outlet or EV charging compatible outlets?
Yeah, I think anything's possible, Mr. Kleiser. I think it's going to take, I said it earlier, I think it's going to take municipalities, codes, states, feds, utilities, third parties to meet what's coming.
Has Evergy set forth to work with any municipality or other state or local government agencies to modify codes and standards to require the 240-volt outlet or otherwise EV-compatible outlet in garages or homes?
I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Kleiser, about codes and standards. I know we have a lot of discussions with legislators and folks about legislation and other things like that, but that's probably a better question for somebody in our products and services and program design area than me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ives. I have one last point, Your Honor, but it's not a question to Mr. Ives. It's actually a request for the commission.
Well, is this the time to make that request, or can we move on with this witness?
Well, the question is, the commission has questioned Mr. Ives considerably about the stipulation and agreement that was entered into in Kansas, and the OPC would either request that the commission take official administrative notice of that stipulation, or that we somehow move it into the record so that it's complete. And I wanted to bring that up here because, sorry, continue.
Why don't you work on that in your mind and then make the request? I will say this, that I do not know that a commission or an administrative body in the state of Missouri can officially notice, actually just officially notice, anything coming out of an administrative body in Kansas. But that said, go to work on it, figure out how, I'm sure we can do something if it's properly tendered to us. So are you done with your questions with this witness?
Well, Your Honor, on that note, it could be really easy to introduce the stipulation if Mr. Ives were to lay the foundation for it. So I will concede questioning now if the commission would be able to allow him to be made available to submit that on the record later. Is that an agreeable?
Well, we may not even, the way to address that's to the other parties. Do you have the document?
At hand, no, but I'm sure I can get it relatively quickly. Otherwise, I'm sure Evergy could probably make it available.
Let's do it this way. Counsel for Evergy, can we keep this witness available and ready to return today if we need him for any purpose like this to lay a foundation for the tendering of an exhibit? Can we do that, Mr. Fisher? Keep him
Yes,
available.
Mr. This is Jim Fisher. Mr. Ives will be available throughout the rest of the hearing.
Okay, fine. Then Mr. Kleiser, are you done with your questions?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, does staff have any questions?
Yes, just a few. This is Nicole Mers with staff. Hello again, Mr. Ives.
Hello.
So you kind of touched on this with counsel for OPC, so you may not be able to answer, but I thought I'd try again. But you were asked by both counsel for OPC and Commissioner Holzman about third-party providers. Do you have any guess to how many are currently in your service territory?
Stations or providers or both?
Yeah, both if you would have that information.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have led you on because I really don't have the information. It's kind of the same answer though. I mean, what I don't know is I'll call them the dumb chargers, the things that people can install kind of on their facility or their property without having any interaction with us. So it's really hard for me to speculate whether that's 5 or 500, right? I don't know the answer to that.
Would you be able to approximate then the number of smart chargers, the ones that would interact with your system that are owned by third parties?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a really loose answer because I've read a lot of things over the course of the last month, and for some reason, you know, in our territory, I've got a number of like 13 or 1,400 in mind, which, you know, we would have 900 or 1,000 of those, and you know, you probably could get a more definitive answer from, you know, or could have gotten one from Mr. Voris or one of those folks, but that's the best I have, and it's based on just a limited recollection of something I've read in the last few weeks.
Sure, very, very understandable. And just to clarify, because I might have misunderstood you, but when you said 1,300 to 1,400, is that inclusive of the 900 to 1,000 with Evergy,
Yeah.
or is that in addition to? Okay, so
It'd be
okay.
inclusive of.
Sure. So does Evergy have an appropriate market share it believes that the IOU should have compared to third parties?
I would say time will tell, Ms. Mers. I don't think we're even close to what the market share is going to be for charging if you believe the vehicle adoption rates that are in all the studies in this docket. I think what we have today is a very scattered backbone that hopefully will bring more third-party charging in to meet the longer term needs.
All right. The judge also asked you about the data that Evergy will be collecting, and you stated that AMI disaggregation can continue after the pilot. So does that mean that AMI disaggregation can be done outside of these programs?
Yeah, sure. We use AMI data all the time, right? As our disaggregation model gets further built out and gets better at its predictive capabilities, it'll have more uses for us beyond just what we're learning with, which is this starting population from the programs.
Sure. And then in response to another question from the judge, you mentioned that you didn't believe that the utilization rate of the Clean Charge Network was an effective measure of success. And then you also went on to state that the number of electric vehicles adopted wasn't an effective measure of success. So to Evergy, what would be a qualifiable, quantifiable, and objective measure of success of these programs?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Ms. Mers. I think it is much harder to put a discrete, quantified objective on what you're trying to do with charging stations for service to a mobile customer, trying to create options and opportunities for them to be able to charge where they need to charge when they happen to be at that area. I don't think utilization means nearly the same thing in mobile charging service as it does in static resident or business service. And I certainly don't believe, to your point, and I said it before, that look back EVs on the road gives any accurate indication of what you should be planning for over the next 5 years for charging station infrastructure. I think you have to look at the multitude of studies that are out there and all the information in the automotive investment arena around EVs to try and inform yourself on what good looks like for service to mobile customers.
So then if utilization isn't the correct method because of mobile customers, then does that mean that stranded costs shouldn't be something considered when evaluating this program, in Evergy's opinion?
I think you always consider stranded costs. I guess the question is how you evaluate what's stranded for a backbone network that's intended to be available for the needs at the moment for a mobile customer. I think it's very different than what stranded assets look like for static infrastructure that goes out into a field and nobody's there. I think those are very different dynamics.
Okay, thank you. One final question, just for clarification. So you were asked a question from Mr. Woodsmall about the, I guess, guardrails, as we keep referring to them, for the demand response conditions. So were you here for my conversation yesterday with Mr. Voris on that topic?
I was.
And did you hear him state that he thought that, you know, to summarize, that some sort of repercussion for not participating is important since there's the rebate at stake, and that the company could commit to implementing that? Is that still Evergy's position?
Yeah, so I heard that. I said, you know, I think it depends what it is, Ms. Mers. You know, I think one way that you design a program for those types of guardrails is you say, you know, you can opt out up to 3 events a year or 5 events a year, and I think that's the ramification that the customer then knows that when they've used their list of opt-outs that are available to them, they don't get to opt out anymore. They will get called.
Okay.
It doesn't take necessarily, to my point, for Mr. Woodsmall's question, that you've got to have a clawback or a financial penalty. You might just need some very hard rules on what's possible.
Okay. So then, if you wouldn't think of a clawback or a financial penalty if they would refuse or go over the allotted number of opt-outs, would it be then the company gives them no choice, that they're not allowed to switch out? Bear with me as an attorney trying to explain the engineering capabilities of how the demand response works, but it would be something required or forced upon the utility that they would have, or not utility, the customer, that they would not be able to not participate if they had exceeded the number?
You and I are going to have a tough conversation because you're an attorney asking a recovered accountant questions about engineering design on a program. But all that said, I think it comes through the collaboration with the person that's taking the rebate and the specificity in the programmatic design and the program documents that are made available to them when they accept. And hopefully people that want to partner with us will be good partners. All that said, I would think that there would be a way to identify when somebody has kind of hit the extent of their opt-outs, and they wouldn't be able to opt out for the remainder of that term.
Okay, thank you for that. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you say you have nothing further?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, very much. We're going to take a break, but only after we get done with redirect. Mr. Fisher, do you have some redirect for the witness?
Judge, we have covered a lot of ground. I have some redirect. I'm happy to proceed, but I would ask my witness or others whether they need a break after 2.5 hours being on the stand.
Well, it's been close to 2.5 hours. Let's go ahead and take a break. I was waiting for a request. I was telling you when I would, but I'm not working as hard as you are. Can we be back 15 minutes? Give you 15 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
We will adjourn 15 minutes. Let's pick it up at 11:25, okay?
Thanks.
We're off the record.
Your Honor, now that we're off the record, before you jump off, are you still there?
I saw your exhibit, Mr. Kleiser. We'll proceed, okay?
Oh,
You were just flagging me that you'd sent an email, right?
yes, and I was going to offer, just in case, that we might take that up just before redirect. It shouldn't take 1 or 2 minutes to lay foundation, then offer it.
Well, we're off the record now, so people may have gone away.
No, I understand. I'm saying when we come back from the break. I wanted to wait until we went off the record before interrupting you. I'm saying when we come back from the break, can we take up that before we go to redirect?
All right.
Why
don't you just make that request at that time?
All right. Thank you.
All right, folks, this is Judge Graham. We're ready to go again. Are people present? Is Mr. Fisher present? Am I muted? Can anyone hear
Yeah,
me?
I'm back on, Judge. This is Jim Fisher.
Okay, there's always a delay
We can hear you,
here.
sir.
Okay, let's go back on. After we went off the record, Mr. Kleiser made an informal off-the-record request that we take up at this time OPC's exhibit number 203, which, and you will all need to confirm this one way or the other to me. He has emailed to all of the parties. It appears to be the stipulation of the motion to approve and so forth from the Kansas jurisdiction that we were referring to. But first of all, before we take that up, I want to know from Mr. Fisher, would you prefer to go ahead and finish your redirect of this witness? Do you have any objection to Mr. Kleiser's tendering this exhibit at this time? That is my question.
Judge, I have not received it, but the company does not have an objection to entering that into the record. That would be just fine from our perspective.
Well, okay. I think you've jumped to the final question as to whether there are any objections, but you have not received it. I would be more comfortable.
I think my co-counsel has. I think it's a question, just I have a different server is all. I'm sure I have a copy somewhere, I'm sure.
Well,
we have a copy now, Judge. We do.
Okay. This is being offered now, Mr. Kleiser, as Exhibit 203. Is that right?
That would be the correct exhibit number.
Okay. And I'm going to state for the record the title of the document. It's before the State Corporation Commission of the state of Kansas. This is in the matter of the application of Evergy Metro, Inc., Evergy Kansas Central, Inc., and Evergy Kansas South, Inc., for approval of transportation electrification portfolio, docket number 21 EKME 320 TAR, and the face document is entitled Motion to Approve Non-Unanimous Partial Settlement Agreement. This document has attachments. Attachment A is entitled Non-Unanimous Partial Settlement Agreement.
Just a second.
It seems to have more than one attachment A, or maybe that's just the way it's titled. Okay, got it. I'm just scrolling down through it. And that's the only attachment. Okay, are there any objections to OPC's Exhibit 203? Hearing
No objection.
Hearing none, the record will reflect that Exhibit 203 is admitted into the record. Now, Mr. Fisher, you've got some redirect for your witness, Mr. Ives.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. While we're talking about the Kansas stipulation, I'd like to give my witness the opportunity to comment on that stipulation as it might relate to this case. Mr. Ives, do you have any comments that you'd like to convey to the commission about how the stipulation in Kansas might relate to our position here, and any similarities or dissimilarities?
Yeah, so Mr. Fisher, I talked about this a little bit. When we were having questioning earlier. Our application started out very similar in terms of program design, what we were trying to accomplish in Kansas compared to Missouri. We ended up in a partial unanimous settlement that I mentioned was substantially the programs that we had laid out in the application with some negotiated outcomes on budget and a negotiated outcome, as we talked about with the judge, on the rebate at the residential, being at a 500 level in Kansas for those that opt into the TOU rate and moving to 250 for those that don't. It's certainly a design that made sense to us, from the standpoint that the parties did not move to a mandated TOU design, but certainly created some opportunity for an incentive to adopt or opt into our TOU rate in Kansas. That gives us another opportunity for learning opportunities in Kansas. You know, who adopts, who doesn't. The people that don't adopt the TOU, we can measure to see if they are still able to change their behaviors after getting the education and the materials from us, even if they don't adopt the TOU, because it's a whole house rate that might not work for them otherwise. So there are a lot of good facets to that settlement that we were able to achieve in Kansas.
What are the areas that was not agreed to in Kansas related to the expansion of the clean charge network? Is that right?
That's correct. That's one of the things.
Gentlemen,
Um,
hold it. You're cutting out, both of you. Am I cutting out? Are you hearing me?
Judge, you're coming in clear.
I think it's because we're in the same room.
Okay. Well, both of you cut on the last brief exchange. In fact, I couldn't really make it out. But go ahead if you think you need to repeat the last question and answer.
I could move into the other room here.
As you mute after you
Okay.
ask the question.
What we're going to try to do is I will mute my computer after I have asked the question and wait for my witness to answer, and then I will come back on. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay.
So rule.
Thank you. I'll try to make that technology work. Mr. Ives, I think my question was that in Kansas, there was not a stipulated agreement regarding the clean charge network expansion. Is that right? And can you explain what the status of that issue is in Kansas? And I'm now unmuting.
Yes, I can. You know, in Kansas, we had a very similar request to what we have in Missouri. We actually had additional clean charge investment in Kansas because of our Kansas Central Territory that hasn't participated at the level of the clean charge network as our other jurisdictions. All that said, we had similar discussions about decisional prudence in front of the commission over there in terms of what we're asking for is a policy decision that lets us know very clearly from the commission that we will not get an investment in utility invested and owned charging stations disallowed in the future solely on the basis that the commission were to determine that utilities shouldn't be building charging stations. The same discussion we had here in Missouri. But otherwise, parties made their case on the clean charge network in front of the Kansas Commission, and it's one of the items in addition to whether or not they approve the non-unanimous settlement that will be addressed in their final order.
Mr. Ives, there was also a question from the regulatory law judge about other decisions regarding regulatory assets and the treatment. And I believe you answered fairly broadly that there are many that. I'd like to cite you to your page 32 of the report where you're talking about cost recovery. And is it correct that there you indicate that this commission previously found this approach also benefits ratepayers because by tracking and deferring the program costs associated with rebate incentives and educational and administrative costs, if it serves to sync up the costs of the program with the benefits or revenues of the added load and provides a quote smoother pattern of rate impacts to ratepayers, and you cite to an Ameren order, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate you drawing me to what I should have pointed out directly, but yes, I mean, the commission did make that decision in a recent Ameren order. I think it was in ET 2018-0132, which is cited on page 32, as you mentioned. There are numerous others as well, but that's a very specific example that I should have mentioned to the judge. Thanks.
You were also asked a question, I believe, from the judge regarding when the company believes that EV charging or EV vehicles may be the majority of the vehicles on the road, and you indicated you didn't really have a projection. Are you comfortable with the forecast that you have made in the past and related to the EV adoptions in Kansas City?
Yes, I think Mr. Casely testified to this in his testimony, at least his written testimony. But we started this process with the Clean Charge Network, and back in 2015, we had some EPRI assessments, and our updated EPRI assessment is showing that with a pandemic and everything going on, we're about 1 year behind what those early EPRI adoption curves look like. So pacing well. It gives me comfort that the current EPRI analysis is reasonable for the analysis that we did. But we also do numerous other looks, including looking at DOE projections for both hybrid and all electric vehicles, and they seem to line up pretty well with our EPRI assessments and the information that they use from information handling services markets, or IHS markets, which informs kind of our projections and our numbers.
Mr. Ives, is Evergy comfortable with the current estimates that they have of the number of EVs in the Missouri area in Kansas City?
Yes, absolutely. I think the current numbers have us at about 3,600 in the Missouri territory and about 10,000 overall Evergy-wide at the end of June. Comfortable that's in good shape, and I know Mr. Casely testified, I think yesterday, that, or maybe Mr. Voris, that when you look at that and you compare us to the St. Louis market, and you put it on a per capita basis, as anybody should, that we're 6 to 10% ahead from an adoption rate. And I might have cited in my earlier answer today, but I think recent information shows that in our service territory over the last 9 months, we've experienced growth of 20 to 30%, depending on the jurisdiction that you're in. So in line with a lot of the studies and things that have been cited.
Mr. Ives, you also had a number of questions about the kinds of things that Evergy hopes to learn from the pilot projects. At a high level, do you have any doubt that the pilot projects that Evergy is proposing in this case are designed to advance Evergy's operational knowledge of deploying such technologies?
No, not at all. I mean, that is one of the biggest things we're attempting to get out of this program. The way it's designed is continue to get information, continue to learn about charging patterns and impacts on our system so that we can be prepared for the continued EV adoption that we're talking about. And I, just to circle back to where we started, I think that's part of what worked well in the partial non-unanimous settlement that we got in Kansas, that we got the majority of the programs and the tariffs that we had set out there, which will create that education and learning opportunity for us as we implement it in Kansas, assuming the commission approves our non-unanimous agreement.
Mr. Ives, you were also asked some questions related to, I think, whether the current clean charge network has encouraged the development of EV adoption in Kansas City. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Are you aware that the commission addressed that topic in the Ameren charge ahead order as well?
I do remember there was some language in that order, Mr. Fisher. I think in that order, they indicated that the company's clean charge network had been effective in spurring growth in the EV adoption rate in the Kansas City area. Statistics show that the Kansas City area was in the top 2 or 3 cities nationwide for EV growth during 2016 and had the highest EV growth rate in the United States for the fourth quarter of 2016 and the first quarter of 2017. And I think that's consistent with some of the discussion I had and maybe Mr. Casely had earlier in this proceeding about our results in the early stages of implementing the Clean Charge Network.
Judge, if I could just have a moment, I think we covered a lot of territory, but I think we might be done.
All right.
There was a number of references to AMI disaggregation work. Could you explain for the record what that means, what you're doing there?
Yeah, sure. So I'll give an attempt. It's really about utilizing the meter information data that we get from our automated meter infrastructure to do some analytics and be able to look at patterns and trends and utilization of the system. It's a process that I think I've alluded to this a little bit. It will be a learning process. So as we put more information through it from individuals that take rebates for our residential 240 outlet and things like that, it will continue to learn and develop and become a better analytical tool for us that ultimately will be able to apply out to more than just those areas where we know we have EVs, but we'll be able to use it to predict whether we have EVs based upon usage patterns that are happening in different parts of our service territory.
Hello, is someone speaking?
I'm
Hello?
sorry, Judge, I might have been muted. I think that concludes my redirect testimony. I may not have asked for the admission of exhibit number 4, which is the sir rebuttal testimony of Mr. Ives. And if I failed to ask for admission, I would ask that the commission admit that exhibit at this time. Thank you.
I don't recall that you did either. Is there any objection to exhibit number 4? Hearing none, that exhibit will be admitted. Exhibit number 4 is admitted. I noted that in the last couple of minutes or so, Mr. Steiner emailed some exhibits to everyone, including me. Was there something that you expected me to do with those at this time, or was that just Mr. Steiner patching me in on something? Hello?
Judge, it's Roger Steiner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, when we thought this was going to be a live hearing, I had brought 2 copies of all exhibits. We're virtual, so I just wanted to, the exhibits that have been admitted, those are the copies of the exhibits that have been admitted. Exhibit 1 has the 2 additional appendices that were filed, I believe, on May 16th. So I just wanted to get that out there to all the parties that those are the exhibits that have been admitted.
Okay. There isn't any action then that I was being asked to take at this time. Okay, I
No.
believe that we're at witness and we are at the end of Evergy's case. Is that right? I did want to return to the question of the tariff sheets before we allow Evergy to rest, but I believe that was the last witness for Evergy. Is that correct, Mr. Steiner or Mr. Fisher?
That's right.
Okay, the tariff sheets, and I can send something out on this if need be, but the tariff sheets that the commission intends to take official notice of, and it would not hurt at all if you actually sent them in to us as exhibits at some point. One for Evergy, Missouri Metro, Residential Service Schedule R, PSC Mo number 7, 10th version, revised sheets 5, 5A, 5B, 5C. So that's the first sheet we want for Evergy, Missouri Metro. We want it in the record. The next is also for Evergy, Missouri Metro, residential time of use, Schedule RTOU, PSC Mo number 7, first version, revised sheet 7 and 7A. Then for Evergy, Missouri West, residential service, Schedule MORG, PSC Mo number 1, original sheets 146 through 146.2. And last, for Evergy, Missouri West, residential time of use, Schedule MORT, PSC Mo number 1, original sheets 146.5 and 146.6. All right, we took a 15-minute break. It's 11:49. We are going to take a lunch break at some point, but I believe that we should go ahead and start with Max Baumhauptner. I believe that there was an agreement this morning that we would take some witnesses out of order and that he would be testifying. Am I correct?
That's right, Your Honor. This is Joe Halso for Sierra Club and NRDC. You've got that right.
All right. Is he ready to testify?
He is, yes. NRDC and Sierra Club called Max Baumhauptner.
All right, Mr. Baumhauptner, why don't you state your full name and spell it, and I will administer the oath and pass you to the attorney for examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Max Baumhauptner, B as in boys, A-U-M-H-E-F-N-E-R.
Thank you. Mr. Baumhauptner will raise your right hand. I will administer the oath. Mr. Baumheffner, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Baumheffner.
Morning, Mr. Halso.
Will you just state your name one more time for the record, please?
Max Baumheffner,
And please state your title and employer.
Senior Attorney, Natural Resources Defense Counsel.
Mr. Baumheffner, did you prepare or cause to be prepared exhibit number 700, the sir rebuttal testimony of Max Baumheffner submitted in this case on behalf of NRDC and Sierra Club?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same as in your pre-filed sir rebuttal testimony?
They would.
And those answers are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
All right, thank you, Mr. Baumheffner. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit Exhibit 700, the sir rebuttal testimony of Max Baumheffner.
All right. Are there any objections to Exhibit 700, the sir rebuttal of witness Max Baumheffner? Hearing none, the commission will receive into evidence of record exhibit number 701. 701? 701?
700, Your Honor, on the dot.
Okay, 700. Exhibit 700 is received into evidence. The order of cross that I have is as follows. Staff, do you have cross-examination for Mr. Baumheffner?
I do not, thank you.
Does the Office of Public Counsel have cross-examination for Mr. Baumheffner?
Your Honor, I do not have cross at this time. I would note that I believe that the order of cross has for some reason become inverted. I know that that is correct with according to what was filed in the case. Normally, however, cross goes from least adverse to most adverse, and I would argue that the OPC and staff are the most adverse with regard to this witness. I have the same concern regarding the charge point order of cross. However, at this point in time, I do not have any cross.
Does MECG have cross-examination for this witness?
Your Honor, we agree with Mr. Kleiser's point, but at this time we don't have any cross. Thank you.
Does charge point have any cross-examination for this witness?
I do, Your Honor. Just a few questions.
You may proceed. State your name, please.
Certainly. For the record, my name is Scott Dunbar, counsel for ChargePoint. Good morning, Mr. Baumheffner. It's good to see you again.
Morning.
Would you please turn to page 20 of your sir rebuttal testimony? And let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
And just to set the table here, this is your discussion of the commercial rebate program, right, on this page of your testimony?
This is a portion of my discussion of the commercial rebate program, yes.
Right. You're
reporting requirements.
Right. Thank you. So you're not discussing the Clean Charge Network or the residential program. You're discussing the commercial rebate program on this page, correct?
Correct.
And there on line 10, you recommend that Evergy should report to the commission, quote, prices paid by drivers at locations where fees are collected from drivers, end quote. Do you see that there?
I do.
Mr. Baumheffner, is it your understanding that that site hosts are not regulated by this commission?
It is, though this provision doesn't require regulation. It's just a condition upon a receipt of utility customer funded rebate.
A condition that you're proposing, correct? Not that Evergy's proposed.
Yeah, Evergy has listed a number of reporting requirements, and I understood that your client's objection to some of them was related to a lack of specificity. So I was offering some specificity based upon comparable reporting requirements that are enumerated in footnote 42 there for similar utility programs across the United States.
And under your recommendation, would site hosts need to report their prices anytime they changed their prices for charging?
I think that would be a reasonable interpretation of that.
Are you aware of any limitation on site hosts' ability to change their prices from time to time if it suits their business needs?
No, though I'm supposing the site hosts would like to provide some stability.
Sure. And is it you're aware, Mr. Baumhefner, that Evergy has proposed, well, excuse me, not proposed, Evergy operates the Clean Charge network in its service territory, correct?
I am.
And would you agree, I know there was some discussion with Evergy's witnesses about this, but would you agree that commercial site hosts who offer charging services to the public in Evergy's service territory would be competing, at least in part, for EV drivers with Evergy's Clean Charge network chargers?
I think that at this point in time, there's sort of a dearth of charging infrastructure. So I think customers will go wherever is convenient where they can. And I think questions of the line of questioning with respect to whether or not Evergy's own charging stations are in competition with independent charging stations is probably best directed at Evergy.
Well, you're an expert on this industry. You don't feel qualified to opine on whether charging stations that provide similar services in a similar geographic area compete with one another?
Your Honor, I think this question's been asked and answered.
That's fine. I can withdraw it.
I'm sorry, what did you say, counsel, in response to the objection?
I'm happy to withdraw it, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. You may proceed.
Your Honor, that's actually all I have. I just wanted to ask Mr. Baumhefner those few points, but I also did want to thank him for his testimony. Most of it we agreed with and appreciate him participating in this proceeding. So just wanted to offer that thanks, and that's all I have.
All right, does Renew Missouri have any questions, cross-examination for Mr. Max Baumhefner?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does Evergy have cross for this witness?
This is Jim Fisher. We don't. No, thank you, Judge.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for Mr. Baumhefner? Yeah, I have a few.
I did hear, Your Honor. I didn't want to put on a tie for no reason.
I'm sorry, who is this speaking?
I'm sorry, that was witness Baumgartner noting that I'm glad to hear that you have some questions since I put on a tie and it took me a while to remember how.
Yeah, well, I appreciate knowing that. I think a number of us are sitting here wearing ties and no one could see them. Your third rebuttal testimony includes mention of Excel Colorado's transportation electrification program. You also offer a recommendation pertaining to time of use rates. I'm going to ask you to elaborate on the following questions with respect to that introduction. The Office of Public Counsel and staff recommended that participants should be required to sign up for Evergy's existing whole house opt-in time of use rates. Do you have an opinion about the minimum length of time a participant should be enrolled? For example, 6, 12, 18 months, or some other period. Do you have any opinion on that question?
I don't have a hard opinion with respect to that question, Your Honor. I think it might make sense to align that time period with other similar time restrictions that are operative in the power sector for how long customers need to remain upon a rate when they switch from one to another. And I think stipulating that it be, at least 6 months would probably make sense. My suspicion is that most customers, once they're taking service on those rates, will not opt out of them. I think the consumer research shows that EV drivers who take service on time of use rates enjoy the fuel cost savings that those can provide and are very responsive to those pricing, all of their charging during off-peak hours as a result.
Did you listen in yesterday to Evergy's witness, Mr. Boris? Did you hear his testimony?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay. Between that, well, I don't know how you would do this, but let me ask you, do you know, are you familiar with whatever he filed in this case?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
He was asked some questions about Excel Colorado's residential managed charging pilot program. Are you aware of are you familiar with any of the answers that he's given at any point? I'm simply going to ask if you have any reactions or observations about his comments on the program generally, and if you do not, for whatever reason, you can just tell me you don't have any comments.
I understand that there was in cross-examination yesterday, the distinction between requiring customers to participate in demand response program and requiring them to participate in advance in particular demand response events was brought up. But if your line of questioning speaks to a different subject matter from yesterday's hearing, I apologize that I did not.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Let me ask this question. Apparently, Excel Colorado's pilot program includes enrolling a time of use group and a non-time of use group of customers to study the differences between those in their residential charging pilot. Is there merit to utilizing a similar approach here? Do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. We actually counseled Excel to sort of create that control group. At this point in time, I'm not sure that it's necessary to replicate that experiment that's been done over and over again. And as I noted in my testimony, people are people and cars are cars. And it's pretty clear from countless programs at this point that those who are not on time of use rates will not charge during off-peak hours. They'll charge as soon as, you know, they get home. And I would do the same if I had no reason to do otherwise. But that those customers who are given a reason to charge during off-peak hours will. And I do cite some real-world evidence in my testimony to this effect, contrasting load profiles in the Dallas-Fort Worth area with those in San Diego, where it's clear that in Dallas, the EV customers are, you know, charging around 6 p.m. when they get home from work. They're pretty much done charging a little after midnight, whereas the EV customers in San Diego gas and electric service territory, who are required to take service on a time of use rate as a condition for receiving a free level 2 charging station, charge almost exclusively after midnight when the grid is significantly underutilized and there's plenty of spare capacity.
Okay. If the commission were to approve an electrical vehicle pilot program here, what would be useful data or metrics for this commission and the stakeholders to get from the pilot? And what terms or requirements for the pilot would help get that information? Are you able to address that question?
I am. And on page 20, I speak to some reporting requirements that are specific to the commercial EV charging rebate program related to charger utilization and load profiles differentiated by segment. So you can see how charging looks in different use cases, and by rate choice. So you can see what the impact of those price signals are upon charging load profiles, as well as for the prices paid by drivers at locations where fees are charged for charging, given that my testimony also includes demonstrative evidence that the single biggest reason people buy electric vehicles is to save money on fuel. And the core premise of this program is to spur additional EV purchases. So the commission should know whether or not it's delivering upon the single biggest motivator of EV purchase decisions.
All right, thank you very much. That's all the questions that I have. Is there recross from any party or from the parties based on my questions? I can run through the list, but does anybody have recross that they would like to exercise? All right, is there redirect for this witness?
Just a few questions, Judge. And again, this is Joe Hulso for Sierra Club NRDC. Mr. Baumhafner, thank you. Mr. Baumhafner, Judge Graham asked you about your recommendation that customers receiving the company's residential rebate agree to take service on the time of use rate. You recall those questions, right?
I do.
Okay. And am I correct that you've been engaged in jurisdictions across the country in the design of utility transportation electrification programs like the residential rebate program proposed here by Evergy?
For the entirety of my 11-year career at NRDC.
Okay. Is requiring customers participating in a residential rebate program to take service on a time of use rate or enroll in another load management program a common element of those programs you've worked on in other jurisdictions?
It is. I would describe it as a industry best practice.
Okay. You were asked by ChargePoint's counsel a little bit about data collection for those customers receiving commercial rebates. You recall those questions, yes?
I do.
Okay. You explained to Judge Graham why it's important to collect data on prices charged to drivers at EV charging stations where fees are levied for the EV charging service. Again, is it your understanding that that has been a common term of participation in utility-driven transportation electrification programs approved across the United States?
Yes, for the same reason that it's important to see if those investments of utility customer funds are helping customers realize the fuel cost savings that motivate EV purchases.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Van Hefner. We appreciate your testimony. We're going to take an hour break here. But before we do, I just want to make sure who our next witness is. Is our next witness Justin Wilson for ChargePoint? Is that where we're going to pick up?
Your Honor, this is Scott Dunbar on behalf of ChargePoint. That is our understanding, and Justin Wilson will be ready to go right after our lunch break. Assuming
All right.
that still works for you.
Well, that works for me. Let's come back and be ready to start at 1:15. And we are adjourned off the record. This is Paul Graham. Can somebody let me know whether they can hear me?
I can hear you, Judge. This is Kleiser with OPC.
Thank you, John. All right, I've got 115, and I show that our next witness is ChargePoint witness Justin D. Wilson. Is ChargePoint there and ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Scott Dunbar, counsel for ChargePoint, and Justin Wilson is on the line, so we will go ahead and call him, please.
Your Honor,
all right.
This is John Kleiser with OPC. I apologize. I'd like to take up one matter. I mentioned this at the very beginning of the day. I would like to formally request that the commission invert or reverse the order for cross for this witness. I believe that that's more in line with how cross is meant to be handled. I'd like to take that up now.
Well, are we going to do this with other witnesses too, Mr. Kleiser? We had an order here entered on the base, or we had an order here. We had position statements and so forth that set out the order of witnesses trying to move forward here. I noted after you made the objection with respect to the last witness that you actually didn't have any examination for that witness. So is this going to be coming up again this afternoon? Because I'm going to try to wrap this.
Your Honor, this is Dave Woodsmall, and we would agree with that. I mean, that notion of making the order of cross follow the order of adversity, if you will, is reflected in Evergy's witnesses, staff witnesses, OPC witnesses. I think this was something that was overlooked. And while we can't say that we have any cross, certainly cross from parties that are more friendly to this witness may stimulate some cross on my part. So this would be the only time for the rest of this hearing that I'd be making that motion as well.
Is there any objection to reordering cross-examination with respect to Justin Wilson?
No objection from ChargePoint, Your Honor.
What is the proposed order of cross-examination?
The exact reverse of what's currently listed.
So Evergy goes first and staff is last. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any objections to that ordering of witnesses? Just reversal of what was filed in EPUS and agreed to by all the parties. Any objection to that? Hearing none, we will reorder. So you may proceed with the direct examination of Judge Justin D. Wilson. Just have him state his name and spell it, and then I will administer the oath.
Certainly. Mr. Wilson, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Justin Wilson. Last name is spelled W-I-L-S-O-N.
All right. Mr. Wilson, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Mr. Wilson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge Graham. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Wilson, did you cause to be filed into the record of this proceeding the rebuttal testimony of Justin D. Wilson, which I will represent to you, has been pre-marked as Exhibit 900, as well as the rebuttal testimony of Justin D. Wilson, which I will also represent to you, has been pre-marked as Exhibit 901?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions in those two sets of testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to either of those documents today?
No.
Thank you. Judge Graham, Mr. Wilson is available for cross-examination, and I would move into the record of this proceeding, exhibits what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 900 and 901, please.
First of all, are there any objections to the admission of Exhibits 900 and 901? Hearing none, those exhibits 900 and 901 are admitted into evidence. Does Evergy have cross-examination for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge. This is Jim Fisher.
Does Renew Missouri have any cross-examination for this witness?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does NRDC or Sierra Club have cross for this witness?
No, we do not, Your Honor.
Does MECG have cross for this witness?
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Does the Office of Public Counsel have cross-examination for this witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for the previous request as it was not necessary.
Does staff have any cross-examination for this witness?
Staff does not, thank you.
I have some questions. Mr. Wilson, can you please describe for the record the various ways an EV owner, an electrical vehicle owner, can charge from home and the type of equipment or outlets that would be needed for the various options?
Yeah, let me just take some notes so I make sure I address your full question. So I believe that there's two primary ways that an EV driver can charge from home, and they're not equal. What I would say, and I'll describe both of those. So the first way that some EV owners will choose to drive is using what it's called a level 1 charging experience, and so that's essentially taking an adapter that will plug into the vehicle and plugging that into a normal everyday wall outlet, a 110, I believe. I'm not an engineer, but I believe that's how we refer to those. And that experience, it's called level 1, and I think it could also be called a trickle or a slow charge. And that's going to be putting a couple miles of range per hour into the vehicle. That's an experience that can keep people by, especially if they have a short commute. Maybe they don't drive every day. What we're seeing is that many customers or many EV drivers really prefer what's referred to as a level 2 charge, and so that is using a 240 volt circuit, something on the range of anywhere between 30 and 40 amps. Excuse me, I believe 30 and I believe they're getting a little bit above 50 amps at this point in time in the breaker box, and that's going to provide somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 miles per hour of charge to the vehicle. And I think there's a couple of reasons that EV drivers prefer this experience. One, is that under most normal circumstances, you would be able to completely replenish an EV's battery back to full every single day. So if you're a person who commutes, let's say, 25 miles each way to an office, which I've done in past positions, and then you've also got to, take the kids to soccer practice or run an errand across town, you're actually driving a lot more than maybe you might realize. And so being able to get that full recharge every evening when the car is at home can provide a lot of security for EV drivers who that's their primary way of charging. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions you might have on that.
Thank you. Evergy witness Chuck Casely mentioned that electrical vehicles can come with their own charging cables. Can you explain why an electrical vehicle owner would want to install a charging unit in his or her home instead of using a NEMA, an NEMA outlet, and the charging cable?
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons. So one, I would say, and I know there's been maybe some debate over the course of this hearing over, whether what vehicles come with what types of cords. And so I think there's a range of that. I don't think it's a standard practice that vehicles come with any one type of cord, whether that be a level 1 or a level 2 enabled cord, so to speak. So I think, on that initial front, just from the charging power perspective, just what we just discussed, EV owners may be wanting to have a higher power charge that'll enable them to refuel their vehicle with more miles overnight. With regard to using a charging cable versus a charging station, there can be additional ways as well. So, in particular, with a lot of charging stations, not all, are what we would call smart or network enabled. They connect to Wi-Fi or some other means to the internet, and they enable users to do a variety of things. They enable a user to schedule charging. They enable a user to connect, that charging station. There are services that provide integration with utility rate structures to maximize, opportunities to charge off peak. It enables you through the app on your phone, in the case of ChargePoint's home charging unit at no cost to that resident, the ability to monitor the state of charge in their vehicle. And so those are just a couple of reasons. I think, additionally, if you're part of a charging network or maybe you've got a preferred charging network, you're not using it exclusively, but using it a lot for your charging, having that app on your phone can really allow you to track your expenses and understand your fueling requirements over time. So that's an additional reason that folks may want a level 2 smart charging station at home.
Okay, thank you. Evergy's witness, Nick Voris, mentioned that certain automakers may in the future be offering the ability for electrical vehicle owners to share vehicle telemetric data with utilities that could allow car owners to participate in demand response programs. Question I have is, why isn't it reasonable to just allow a rebate for the NEMA outlets if that is where the technology is going?
I would say, pardon me, Judge.
Oh, I just asked if you had an opinion or an answer on that.
I certainly have an opinion. I'll say that, what we see in looking at utility home charging programs across the country is looking at what's available today versus what might be available at some point in time that we don't know about in the future. And we know that there are utility-enabled programs that allow a smart network charger at home to participate. The utility can monitor the charging. The utility can do demand response and schedule charging coordination. Those are active today in multiple jurisdictions across the U.S. What we don't see is a full-scale pilot that's been operating for any number of years and widely across various automakers on the telematics side of things. I think part of my answer is we've got a record, we've got established experience with charger-based smart charging programs that utilities can take advantage of. We don't have that same record with anything related to vehicle telematics.
Okay, thank you. This morning, an exhibit was received into evidence. I believe it was exhibit number 203, the Kansas non-unanimous agreement involving Evergy. In the Kansas non-unanimous agreement that was received into evidence and mentioned and discussed by the parties this morning, some of the parties agreed to offering a lower rebate to residential customers who do not sign up for the time of use rates. This was discussed this morning. What are your thoughts about such a structure to accommodate both customers who time of use rates work for their household versus those who it does not work for.
Yeah, and my apologies, I was not around for that discussion this morning. I would note that ChargePoint was not a party to that settlement, but I'll speak in broad terms about differentiated rebates and home charging rates. So I think in general, what I would offer is that it's important to provide customers options that can fit with their lifestyle. And I can feel like I'm testament to that some in my past life where I didn't have a normal 8 to 5 job, and so my charging schedule, if I would have gone back in time, could have been hard to participate in certain rigid TOU based programs. So I think that I think that's important for policymakers and implementers to consider, is that and even especially today in a largely more flexible world where people may be able to choose their own work hours a little bit more. It's important to provide people with options. What I would say is that step back and think towards the goals of the filing as well. If the goal is to really expand vehicle electrification, from ChargePoint's perspective, we think the best use of that would be to make sure those rebates would be to make sure that the charging stations are smart and networked and would be able to participate in any programs in the future that the utility might offer, rather than maybe offering different incentives at this point in time. That said, we've supported rebates on residential applications tied to taking service on specific rates. That's a case-by-case basis. We have to make sure that those residential rates are going to, one, I think largely align with what you can anticipate customers to be at home. The vast majority of those customers are going to give enough time during the evening hours generally for a car to get its full recharge. And then I think we think that it's important that customers have the opportunity to opt out of any requirements on the residential side, because they may not really understand exactly the impact of going on to mandatory, in particular mandatory time of use or peak pricing rate schemes when they move over to electrification. So we want to make sure that residential customers aren't put on the spot, have to make a decision and live with that for a long period of time. We need some optionality for the residential customers to opt out of those.
Thank you. If the commission were to approve an electrical vehicle pilot program, what would be useful data or metrics for the commission and stakeholders to get from the pilot? And what terms or requirements for the pilot would help get that information?
And if I could, Judge, maybe ask a clarifying question. I know there's been some back and forth specifically as it relates to the commercial rebate program. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, that specifically would be a subpart of it. Just, from the point of view of what useful data and metrics the commission would want to get back from the pilot in terms of looking forward and for purposes of electrical vehicle or electrification going forward in the future, what in your mind or your opinion is the kind of data and metrics that we would be looking for here? You don't need to narrow it too much. What is it you'd want to know that you could get back from this pilot program? What do you want back?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I will segment it a little bit between the residential and the commercial side, because I do think they're different animals a little bit. So on the residential side, I mean, obviously the number of participants, and if you if there's a decision, to kind of, bifurcate, so to speak, the residential program into two tiers of rebates or those sorts of things, just, really understanding what residential customers are gravitating towards, I think could be really important. I think understanding, I don't think you have to get super specific, but the general location, maybe zip code +4 level locational data on where customers are choosing to participate in this program and where those EVs are on the system. In the case, if you are using smart networked home chargers, ChargePoint has the ability to share data with utilities, and you can get very granular data on, when that charging is occurring, um, over what period of time, when somebody plugs in, I believe, when somebody actually starts to charge. So a good level of granular data that can be gained through the smart networked home chargers. And I think the commission needs to consider how important getting that data in this pilot at this time is. That's real world data that we can provide to the utilities and not based on a algorithm or model, real world data. On the commercial side, I think this is a little bit trickier. On the commercial side, what we do have is we've got utility owned and operated stations, as well as a rebate program that would incentivize third party owned and operated stations. What I believe is that on the rebate program, I think the reporting requirements, obviously it's good to know where those stations are being located, maybe what type of site host that is, if it's a grocery store, if it's a retail fueling establishment, if it's a retail store like a Target or a Walmart, those sorts, or if it's a workplace, those sorts of applications. Beyond that, I think the utility should be able to get the data it needs from the electric meter it has installed. I think what we have in particular with, if participants in the commercial rebate program are going to be charging customers a fee for that charging service, there is some competition between the utility and that third party offering that charging service. And so I think it's important to recognize that, requiring a high level of granular data beyond the electric meter, that somebody who would be in competition with the utility, understanding the implications of that. We don't have a lot of examples of competitors in the free market handing over business sensitive information to other competitors. And so I think the commission should at this point in time rely on that load level data from the utility meter in the commercial program, rather than ask businesses who may view themselves as being in competition with the Clean Charge Network to turn over that sensitive business information to the utility.
Okay, you've used what I take may be a term of art, and I've heard it a couple of times during the hearing, but you've referred to granular data. What is granular data?
Yeah, so it may not be each person may have their own definition of granular. I'll tell you mine. What I think of granular data when it relates to electric vehicle charging stations, I would call it the number of sessions per day. So maybe the best way to think about it is with a hypothetical. And in this hypothetical, let's say you've got a retail fueling establishment, something, like a Quick Trip or something like that. And they've got 3 or 4, DC fast chargers out there. The utility can get the data from the meter itself, but those 3 different fast chargers can operate very independently. And so, I think the granular data that I would think would be very sensitive would be the number of charging sessions a day, the load profiles beyond, for just those charging stations, the price that's paid to charge those vehicles. Trying to think of other things that could be, any sort of power sharing that may take place between the charging stations, and any customer information as well. Any information that a hypothetical participant in this program may have from the customers who are using that EV charging service.
All right, thank you. If it has been established that a similar transportation electrification program was submitted in Kansas, and the Kansas Corporation Commission and a stipulation has been filed in that case. This refers back to an earlier question I asked you. Could you speak to your thoughts on why Evergy did not simply submit the same proposal in Missouri?
Didn't understand any.
Judge, this is Jim Fisher. I think I'm going to object to that. I don't think this witness is qualified to express why Evergy didn't do anything in Kansas.
All right, I'm going to sustain your objection against my question. A couple more, though, that will not require, I don't think, that kind of an answer. And if the witness is not in a position to say, this is fine, but can this witness describe the difference between the Missouri proposal and the Kansas stipulation as it pertains to what he thinks of the two?
I can attempt. I can attempt it. I would say that my recollection may focus on things that might be more important to ChargePoint, and so I don't want to presume that my thoughts on the differences are a complete set, so to speak. There may be things that we didn't focus on that may be very important to other parties. Broadly, my recollection, and I did not review that document prior to coming in today, is that there are really two issues. One was, I believe that in the stipulation agreement in Kansas, the rebate for new construction, so to speak, pre-wiring, was not a part of that stipulation. That was removed by the parties in Evergy. And the second, I believe that the decisions about the clean charge network were left to be sorted out by the commission and not part of that stipulation. That's my recollection. I would request that we be able to clean any of that up, in a final brief, and it's kind of subject to check.
All right, I went ahead and disallowed my own question, speculating on why Evergy did or did not submit the same proposal in Missouri, but I'm going to ask you this. Could you share with us why ChargePoint, who was a party in that Kansas case, did not sign on to, but did also not oppose the non-unanimous stipulation? Are you in a position to tell us that?
Yeah, I think I can comment on it. I'll have the same caveat as I didn't go back and, kind of frame my preparation for this hearing, kind of comparing the two. But I would say one of the more important issues, again, for ChargePoint is making sure that we're incentivizing the right infrastructure to be deployed. And this comes back to the conversation we had about the residential program that's being proposed. We think it's very important that the rebate be conditioned on three qualifications for charging equipment being installed. So one, we think that an actual, in addition to the outlet, so to speak, that an actual smart charging station be required to be installed. And again, we think that we've got, a robust record of evidence from other states that, the utility will be able to implement programs as soon as it chooses. They utilize the capabilities in smart charging equipment. Second, we think that charging equipment that would need to be installed also needs to be Energy Star certified. And so, we're talking about beneficial electrification, or that's a term we've used in a lot of other proceedings in states. And we want to make sure that if we're putting devices in somebody's garage, that they are not wasting energy, right? The whole goal of a lot of beneficial electrification is to use that energy very, very wisely. And so we think making sure that the chargers required to be installed should be Energy Star certified. And there's a lot of different makes and models of Energy Star certified chargers out there. And then finally, we think that the charging equipment should be required to be certified by a nationally recognized testing lab, NRTL. And so the Underwriters Laboratory, often referred to as UL, is one of the nationally recognized testing laboratories. It's probably maybe the premier one, but there are others out there. And they go through and they do checks to make sure that this charging equipment is going to stand up to wear and tear, and is generally safe to be installed in customers' homes. And we think that's very important to make sure that, when a customer goes out, they're taking advantage of this rebate, that they go and they find a good, high quality charger that's going to stand the test of time and be safe in their home.
Thank you. I'm going to return one more time to the question that I asked, and the question was objected to, and I sustained my own an objection to my own question. That question asked you, could you speak to your thoughts on why Evergy did not simply submit the same proposal in Missouri? I determined that I should not have asked that question because it simply asked you to surmise and speculate. I'm going to restate the question. Do you know why Evergy did not simply submit the same proposal in Missouri that it submitted in Kansas?
Judge, this is Jim Fisher. I hesitate to object to one of the judge's questions, but I did want to clarify that I think it's based on an incorrect premise, because Evergy did provide very similar proposals in Missouri and Kansas. In Kansas, we were able to reach a settlement, which is embodied in that stipulation and agreement. But the initial position of the company in both Kansas and Missouri are very similar. We just could not reach a settlement here in Missouri.
Well, Mr. Fisher, if you've made an objection there, I'm going to overrule this one. Your witness earlier today, Evergy's witness, I believe, testified in response to similar questions as to what you've just stated as counsel, that I believe his answer was that in the mind of Evergy, the differences between the proposals were not sufficiently significant for this commission to take into consideration. I think that was the theme, at least, of his testimony. You may disagree, or Evergy may disagree, but I want to see what this witness and this party, as I understand it, was involved in that proceeding, and I want to know what he knows about the differences in these programs, and if he knows why Evergy did not submit the same proposal here. And if he doesn't have an answer for that, he can tell me. So
I apologize for the interruption, Judge. I'll clarify it on further cross.
Yes, you will have the opportunity to cross. I am going to let the commissioners, or ask the commissioners to ask questions first. But can you speak to my question, or do I need to restate it for you, Mr. Wilson?
If you could restate the question in front of me now, that would be helpful.
All right. Do you know why Evergy did not simply submit the same proposal in Missouri that it submitted in Kansas?
So if we are talking about the initial proposal that Evergy submitted, I do believe that those two proposals, from my review of them, are substantially, if not more or less identical, with the exception of the rates, which, I think do have to be different. The rate issues that kind of really have to be different between the two service territories.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Fisher should be pleased with that answer. All right. And a final question, could you share with us, do you know why ChargePoint, a party in the Kansas case, did not sign on to? Well, but also did not oppose the non-unanimous stipulation.
Yeah, I think this is pretty similar to.
I'm sorry, who's speaking, please?
Oh, I apologize, Judge. There might be a delay on one of our ends. That was Justin, the ChargePoint witness.
All right. I think I've asked that question. I'm getting some feedback here that's causing me some problems in the technical side of it. All right, that concludes my own questions as judge. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Mr. Wilson? I don't hear any. Okay, is there a recross at this point based on the questions that I've asked?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who is speaking, please?
I believe that both Jim Fisher from Evergy and John Kleiser spoke up. This is Kleiser speaking now. I'll defer to Mr. Fisher.
I was just going, I didn't know that anybody else would have recross, but I do have one or two questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Wilson, just to clarify the situation in Kansas versus Missouri, as I understand your testimony, you are indicating that Evergy did submit very similar proposals in both the Kansas proceeding and the Missouri proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in Kansas, there were negotiations, and based on those negotiations, the parties were willing to compromise and entered into a partial settlement, which is embodied in that Kansas stipulation and agreement. Is that your understanding?
I believe it was a subset of all the parties. So I believe some parties were able to get their issues addressed and enter into that stipulation or partial settlement.
Would that subset of parties include both the Kansas Corporation Commission staff and the consumer advocate known as CURB in Kansas?
I don't recall I apologize. I don't recall the full set of signatories to that. I couldn't say with certainty.
I think the stipulation will speak for itself on that point. But here in Missouri, is it your understanding that there were negotiations to try to find a compromise or common ground in this case?
It's my understanding there was some level of discussion. Yeah.
And is it obviously correct that no settlement was filed in Missouri, unlike Kansas?
That's my understanding, yes.
When you were discussing with the judge, I think I may have not totally understood your context, but when ChargePoint provides data to a utility, does the company charge for that data?
Yeah, it's part of on the commercial side of things. It's wrapped up in what I think is generally called a master level service agreement. That does everything from it's the payment processing, and the ongoing kind of functionality provided through software to the stations. On the residential side, there are some data sharing charges as well.
Judge, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is Dave Woodsmall. I had a couple questions as well.
Okay, I think you're next. Since I'm going in reverse order on this, let me make sure. Does Renew Missouri or NRDC or Sierra Club have any recross examination? Okay, I don't hear anything from them. Go ahead, Mr. Woodsmall. I believe you're next.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Woodsmall for MECG. You were asked some questions from the bench and by Mr. Fisher about a settlement in Kansas. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And that settlement was reached in Kansas, but a settlement wasn't reached in Missouri. Is that correct?
I would characterize it as a partial settlement or stipulation, just for clarification purposes. But yes, it's my understanding that was reached by some subset of parties in Kansas, but not any subset of parties in, or all parties in Missouri.
And to complete the comparison, are you aware that a settlement was reached in the Ameren electrification case?
In Missouri,
Yes.
I assume. That was not recently, is that correct?
I think it's been within the last year or so.
I was not aware of that, and I don't think myself did not have participation in that case. So I couldn't
Okay,
speak to it.
well, let's shift to one that I think you are familiar with. Are you aware that a settlement is imminent in the Empire case, which ChargePoint participated in?
I would not characterize, from ChargePoint's perspective, our participation in a settlement as imminent.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Kleiser, does the Office of Public Counsel have any recross?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
One of the first questions you were asked from the judge regarded the difference between a level 1 and level 2 charger. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in part of your answer to that question, you had discussed sort of the average amounts of usage a EV can receive on a regular basis. Do you recall that?
I think I was trying to articulate between those two, and I didn't have any references in front of me, broadly, the amount of, so to speak, miles you could get back into the battery of the vehicle, if that's what you're referring to.
That is. Can you tell me what the average range for a commercial EV, not commercial, sorry, let me start over. Can you tell me what the average range for an EV is today?
A new EV or kind of all EVs on the road, just for clarification?
Let's start with the new EV.
Yeah. You know, so just generally speaking, I think that we see ranges for EVs, you know, in the 200 to 300 mile range on a pretty regular basis. You know, there are certainly models that have a range less than that. And there are certainly models that have a range more than that, but somewhere between the 2 and the 300 seems to be a spot that many of the automakers are aiming towards.
Thank you. In addition, you were asked a question, well, I'm going to start with the question regarding the stipulation in Kansas. Obviously, we've been talking about that quite a bit. You were asked a question by the judge regarding the $250 versus $500 rebate for the residential rebate program. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, ChargePoint's position is that the commission should approve a $500 flat rebate for all customers, correct? For all customers who participate in the rebate, let me clarify.
I would have an addition to that. ChargePoint's position is that rebate should be contingent, in addition to the terms that Evergy has provided, on the participant installing a networked or smart EV charger, that charger being both Energy Star and certified by a nationally recognized testing laboratory.
That is perfect, because that was actually my exact next question. So ChargePoint's position is that the commission should approve a program that requires, or not requires, that would rebate up to $500 for the installation of a smart charger meeting the specifications you just listed.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And ChargePoint as a company manufactures smart chargers meeting those specifications?
We're one of many companies that do, yes.
But you would be a company who would potentially profit from this rebate if your chargers were purchased using this money, correct?
As would any other company that meets those specifications, yes.
But you would agree with me that your company stands to have a direct financial incentive if this program is ordered as you propose?
I think our company would benefit as our chargers meet those specifications, and we've laid out the rationale for why we think those are good specifications.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further cross from staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Wilson. I believe that we are ready for staff's first witness, Sarah L.K. Lang. Am I correct?
Your Honor, this is Scott Dunbar on behalf of ChargePoint. I did have some brief recross, if that's all right.
Oh, I'm sorry, redirect, you mean?
Redirect.
Yes, well, let's do I beg your pardon. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks so much, and it shouldn't take too long. Mr. Wilson, I think all of my questions relate to our recommendations regarding specifications for chargers that should, excuse me, let me say that again. The general topic that I'd like to ask you about is our recommendations that Evergy require customers to install chargers that meet certain specifications that you've described in order to get a rebate for the residential program. The judge asked you about some of the reasons that customers might want to install a smart charger that is Energy Star certified and UL certified. Or actually, I apologize. I believe he only asked you about why a customer might want a smart charger. Can you talk about why a customer might want a charger that is Energy Star certified and certified for safety by UL, Underwriters Laboratory, or another nationally recognized testing laboratory?
Sure. You know, Energy Star devices use less energy, essentially in standby mode, and that's important. You know, we see. I think there's different, you know, terms that might be applied to that, to you know, kind of parasitic load or kind of unnecessary load when an appliance isn't, you know, actually performing the main function that it's designed to do. And Energy Star products are designed to kind of perform at the top level among all of the peers for energy efficiency. And so I think many customers, you know, whether they're walking up and down the aisle at Home Depot or Lowe's, you know, looking to buy you know, any number of appliances, including EV chargers, look for the Energy Star certified label. From a public policy perspective, if we're incentivizing customers to adopt, you know, any sort of appliance on the grid, I think it's important to make sure that, you know, we're putting that energy to the use that it's designed to, not necessarily kind of just a standby mode operations. And so, you know, doing Energy Star certification requirements is an easy way that utilities can implement these programs and ensure that customers are getting this, you know, we've been a little discussion about savings, but getting that energy savings that they're expecting. On a nationally recognized testing lab, you know, we at ChargePoint use Underwriters Laboratory, UL. You know, it's about the robustness of the products. It's about, you know, I think quality, for lack of a better term. And so customers who are looking for products can be assured with that UL certification that those products are performing as they're intended to do and are safe and reliable products that they can place in their homes.
Great, thanks. And focusing now on our recommendation for that Evergy require chargers to be smart.
Weird.
Was someone trying to speak up? Maybe it's just background noise. I'm sorry, Judge?
No, I was responding. I don't believe anybody was speaking up. We seem to have some feedback once in a while, though. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Turning back to our recommendation that in the residential program, Evergy require customers to install smart chargers. Again, you talked a little bit to the judge about why a customer might want a smart charger. Can you also describe why a utility might want customers to install smart chargers as opposed to chargers that do not have smart or network capabilities?
Yeah, and in my response, I'll say that I think, by a utility, I think could also apply to a utility commission and other stakeholders. I think it's that very, very clear access to data. I think on the residential side of things, there is still things to learn about charging behavior, and that real world data, not based on an algorithm and not based on a set of assumptions, but that real world data from the charging stations can provide a lot of insights on the residential side of things. I think in addition to that, we have established programs that, encourage working with the utility to get customers to shift their loads to those most optimal off-peak times, or participate in demand response events as needed and called by the utility or other grid planners. And I think installing that infrastructure today, even if we don't know exactly how we're going to use it, is really important. And what makes that all possible really is the interaction with the ability to connect to the internet and to connect to cloud services. So we think that's really critical.
Great. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about with regard to the topics that OCA Council asked you about. I know you're an expert on the EV charging industry, and your focus is there, and but you discussed that. Well, excuse me. OCA Council asked you about average range of EVs, and then he asked you to focus on new EVs, and you said that new EVs are generally in the range of 200 to 300 mile range batteries, but there's some vehicles that have greater range or less range. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Well, could you talk for a moment about whether used EVs that are either currently on the road or maybe in the used vehicle sales market, and whether they have ranges that are greater or less than that 200 to 300 mile range you described for new EVs?
Yeah, so a lot of new vehicles. I think a Nissan Leaf is a good example, a prevalent example that many customers across the U.S. are buying, that has a range of less than 200 miles that off the lot today, as well as older EVs from a number of manufacturers have ranges that are less than 200 miles. And while that's an important, why that is an important consideration is, I think of it as I think of it as a running a deficit throughout the week. And so if you don't have the right equipment at home to be able to, in particular for those vehicles, to refill them completely up each and every day, kind of what happens is you start to accumulate a deficit from what you were actually planning. And so, that extra unplanned event on Monday coupled with, an extra unplanned event on Wednesday, then you start to have real range anxiety, real anxiety about, is your home charger going to keep up with you? Because you haven't had the right power to get that electric vehicle up to its state of charge. And so, again, even though the full battery pack, for an electric vehicle may be pretty robust to enable long-term trips, it's important that customers have the confidence in their charging preference. And for a lot of people, that is home charging for a number of different reasons, to make sure that they're not going to get themselves into what I would call a deficit scenario before they have time to completely recharge their vehicle.
And can public charging help alleviate that deficit issue that you just described, as well as having level 2 charging at home?
It can help, but it may not always be practical. So, you know, there might not be charging stations at the soccer field or the baseball field. And so it's important to, I think, couple both. I think the public charging network is very, very important. But I think, you know, encouraging home charging provides a lot of benefits as well. Somebody, you know, who might be running around and there's a public charger, but it's 9 o'clock at night, might not want to go and sit at that public charger at 9 o'clock at night. They would use it, you know, at 9 a.m. in the morning just fine. But in this particular scenario, maybe they need to charge at night. So I think it's a both and. It's a belt and suspenders approach.
And generally speaking, if you know, would it be fair to say that either new EVs with lower battery ranges, or I'll say smaller batteries, as well as used EVs with shorter ranges, do those vehicles tend to be more expensive or less expensive than new EVs in the 200+ mile range?
I think on average, they would be less expensive.
Okay. And then OCA Council also asked you some questions about whether ChargePoint would stand to benefit from our proposed recommended requirements for the residential program. And I think you said this, but I think it bears emphasizing. Would do other charging companies make chargers that would qualify for the program if the commission adopted the specifications we've recommended?
Yeah, I think many other charging companies would qualify under those three basic recommendations that we've made.
And have other states that have utility transportation electrification programs, have any other states that you know have adopted the same or similar minimum requirements for utility residential charging programs?
Yeah, yes, they have, and I believe, you know, subject to check. It's been a little bit since I've looked at that, but I know the Colorado, you know, program was referenced earlier, and most recently in Colorado, that was part of what the commission approved here in Colorado. Those three requirements.
And is it fair to say that other states have also proposed, or let me rephrase, is it fair to say that it's also common practice for utilities to create lists of pre-qualified chargers that customers can choose from in order to receive a rebate?
Yeah, I've seen that in a few different states.
And did Evergy propose to require similar specifications as we recommended for its commercial program?
I'm going to object that this seems to be outside the scope of redirect at this point.
What's your response to that objection?
Well, Your Honor, OCA Council, I think it's fair to say, it insinuated that we were really only making these recommendations because they would benefit ChargePoint, and I just think we need the opportunity to unpack that a little bit to show that these are actually fairly common standards, and that Evergy itself has proposed them for its commercial program.
Okay, that objection will be overruled. You may proceed.
Would you like me to restate the question, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
As far as you understand Evergy's proposal, did Evergy propose for its commercial program to establish a list of pre-qualified chargers that customers could choose from that would meet the same specifications we've recommended for the residential program?
I'd have to go back and align them. I know that they're on the commercial side, Smart Network is definitively one of those. One of those qualifications. I believe that UL, or Nationally Recognized Testing Lab, is. I'd have to double check on the Energy Star. I just don't vividly recall that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that now concludes the testimony of this witness. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Are we ready to proceed with staff's witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Staff would call Sarah Lange to the stand.
Okay, if she'll state and spell her whole name, I will administer the oath.
Sarah L.K. Lange, S-A-R-A-H-L-K-L-A-N-G-E.
Thank you, Ms. Lange. Would you please raise your right hand and I'll administer the oath. Ms. Lange, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel, you may proceed. State your name, counsel. I'm sure I know who you are, but for the record.
Sure. This is Nicole Mertz, counsel for staff. Ms. Lange, can you please state where you are employed and in what capacity?
I believe I'm now known as an economist in what I believe is now known as the Tariff and Rate Design Group Department Commission staff.
Okay. And are you the same Sarah Lange who prepared or caused to be prepared the portions of the staff rebuttal report that has been marked Exhibit 100 in public and confidential form?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to your testimony?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
With that in mind, if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
I believe I would draft the same portions. I don't believe it's in question answer format, but yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. And is the information in that document true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. I will save offering the report until the final witness who has participated has taken the stand, Your Honor. But I will go ahead and tender Ms. Lange for cross.
All right. Does the Office of Public Counsel have cross-examination?
We do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And for the record, it is John Kleiser for the Office of Public Counsel. Good afternoon, Ms. Lange.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a copy of Mr. Casely's rebuttal testimony at hand?
I think I can get it in short order here. You said rebuttal, right?
Correct.
Sorry, my internet is laggy now that I'm streaming. Okay, should get it here. Yes, I have it.
Can you go to page 5 for me?
I'm there.
Would you agree with me that at lines 13 through 16 it says, if the commission imposes the utilities hands-off policy as staff and OPC recommended, then deployment potentially occurs in a manner that causes the utility to incur additional costs and put upward pressures on customer rates?
I think you read that correctly, yes.
Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I wouldn't characterize what staff and OPC, or certainly staff, I can't really speak for OPC, I would not characterize as a hands-off policy the direction that staff has been advocating for with regard to EV charging, that to the extent a utility offering incentives and programs, I think the utility absolutely has to be hands-on. I think it was Chairman Sylvie speaking to that effect earlier that, you know, if you're gonna offer that incentive, that it makes sense that you offer that incentive in conjunction with a well-designed and robust program to guide load shapes. So I think to that extent, I disagree that he's characterized. I'm sorry, that I believe he's mischaracterized staff's position in Mr. Casely's testimony. I would agree that deployment can occur in a manner that causes additional system costs and causes rates to go up. And I think that deployment can occur sorry, I'm stating the same thing twice there.
Well, actually, you touched on my next question, which is, has the company done anything in this proposal that would prevent those additional costs that you just mentioned?
No, I think this proposal exacerbates costs. It has no features to cause customers to charge in a way that doesn't cause increased SPP and energy costs, and it does include provisions that, you know, will offset the cost of customers placing infrastructure in costly locations. Then that infrastructure is then socialized to all customers with PISA costs imposed as well.
You would agree that there's nothing in this application that will prevent third parties from building in places that will result in additional distribution costs?
I mean, by nature of applying an incentive that reduces the overall cost technically would encourage it. It would remove that barrier to the extent that it exists through the pricing of the line extension tariff. Reduce that barrier, not remove.
Could you turn to page 20 of Mr. Casely's rebuttal?
I'm there.
Can you read to yourself? I'm not going to bother reading them into the record, lines 13 through 19. You do not have to read it out loud.
I have read those words.
Would you agree with me that at the very last end, he says, DSM and TE are symbiotic, not optional? And for the record, I'll point out that DSM means demand side management and TE means transportation electrification.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I will. That was a long question. Would you agree with me that at lines 18 and 19, it says DSM and TE are symbiotic, not oppositional?
I agree, that's what he says.
Do you agree with that statement?
I think that there is the potential for that to be a true statement. I have not seen evidence that that is true as applied to Evergy's MIA programs and as applied to Evergy's proposal that is before the commission. Whether that can be made true, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Would you agree with me that if electric vehicle owning customers, let me start this whole question over. Would you agree with me that customers who own an electric vehicle who fail to charge at off-peak hours will incur additional costs?
I think that not charging off-peak isn't the same as charging on-peak, so I wouldn't agree with the statement as you phrased it.
So customers charging on-peak will incur additional costs?
That would be the expectation. You know, utilities are lumpy. So I think that if it's on peak, there's definitely some SPP monthly fees that are assessed based on that on peak that would immediately flow through the FAC, or at least a portion of them through the FAC under my current understanding. There might be longer term costs, like, you know, the need to upgrade distribution infrastructure. You know, there may be generation needs that are longer term that aren't going to change just because of one customer on one day, but in the aggregate, that would be the impact, yes.
Were you able to attend the hearing yesterday to hear Mr. Casely testify?
I was able to be on. I did have some difficulty hearing everything that was said, but I think I heard a lot of it.
If the commission were to determine that the number of vehicles affected by the residential rebate would be so small that people charging on peak would have no effect, would this conversely also mean that the program is unlikely to produce cost benefits that would justify its implementation?
I think that this program is unlikely to produce cost benefits that would justify its implementation. I think that's demonstrable. You know, the sizing of it, so if you dialed down the costs and dialed down the deployment, you know, I agree the residential program doesn't hit a huge number of customers, but I don't know why you would want to add unmanaged load of even those few customers in excess of what's already being added organically. And I apologize, I may not have answered your question in there.
No, that's fine. I'm going to just move on. Well, we've talked about cost benefit a little bit. Have you seen anything in this application that shows that getting one person to switch charging behavior is worth the $500 rebate that the company proposes for the residential rebate program?
Well, using rough numbers, I had the opportunity during the last witness to do a little scribbling because something, Mr. Ives, not the last witness, because some things just caught me as kind of off. Looking at a high-end charging scenario, a customer who drives their EV a lot, who charges a lot, there's about $200 of revenue at stake there. About $200 of net revenue. You'd have a little bit over $300 in potential revenue on a residential rate, and a little over $100, $120 of energy cost if they didn't add any capacity costs or SPP costs or anything like that. So you're playing with around $200 per customer. So, you know, per year, and that's assuming a high level of usage and a high charge rate of residential as opposed to LPS or something like that. So it's hard to think of a design where under the current under the recovery framework they're looking at, you know, if the utility wanted to say we're going to put $200 of shareholder funds back this year because we think we're going to be out for 4 years, and then that's going to give us $200 of recovery, you know, that's something they could look at. But then if you shift that over to a time of use rate where you're trying to manage that charging, you know, that's good because you're encouraging that charging to occur off peak instead of on peak, which is going to reduce your potential costs there, but it's also going to reduce your revenue potential. And I mean, if you're looking at a margin of only, you know, a tenth of a cent or something like that in your time of use rate over your marginal energy cost, which is where I think a lot of time of use rates are or will be soon, you know, then you're looking at maybe $20 per customer. So you have potential for a benefit in changing the shape of charging to reduce the potential for charging that's going to occur anyway, to have that occur off peak instead of on peak. But it's hard to see a viable way forward of looking at EV charging as a revenue opportunity or a rate suppression technique.
That was a very interesting answer. I was not expecting that.
I apologize. I'm on a number of cold medications today. And I enjoy talking about energy rates.
With regard to the time of use, because that's been thrown around a lot, has the company explained to you how it intends to get people who would accept the residential rebate to adopt time of use rates?
No, I've requested that information a number of times. We were told that it will be education. We were asked what that education would be, and we're told that it would be developed. We asked when, and we're told that it would be developed when the program was approved. And so, you know, to evaluate whether I think, you know, a technique is likely to succeed without knowing what that technique is not something I'm capable of doing in a way that I can provide a recommendation to the commission.
If the company were to require mandatory residential time of use rates, do you feel that this program would still be necessary?
I think that you could do something like this program that would be a good idea in addition to that. But I think that just going for what the company says they're trying to accomplish with this filing, just moving the needle on where we are on aligning cost causation by time of day with revenue recovery by time of day, I think would move the needle a lot further than this program would.
Is your understanding that the residential rebate program is designed to encourage EV adoption?
That was my initial understanding. The company has clarified that it is not. The company has clarified that it is intended to target existing EV customers, not spur additional growth, and that under their projections, it would reduce energy consumed by those EV customers because of a reduction in losses experienced through the charger. And they then reach the conclusion that customers will choose to charge in a manner that is cost beneficial to the system through education. And again, we don't know what that education is or could be, and frankly, if that kind of education exists, I don't know why you would only limit it to those customers who choose to get an EV. It seems like that'd be a good idea for everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Lange, can you pull up the testimony of Evergy witness Boris?
They then reach the conclusion that customers. You said sir rebuttal of Boris, or?
Sir rebuttal of Boris, yes.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to preface this by saying that I wasn't sure if this was a question best directed to you or Ms. Eubanks. So if you feel like Ms. Eubanks or any other staff witness is better equipped, please just let me know.
Sure.
Can you turn to page 5?
I'm there.
Would you agree with me that Mr. Voris states that Evergy's continued modest investment in the CCN benefits all customers by, and I'm going to skip to line 17, continuing to reduce range anxiety, increase EV adoption, and I'm just going to leave it off there.
I agree that is what it says.
All right. I have a series of questions regarding EV adoption. Based on the application.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Based on the application Evergy has presented, do we know how many EVs would need to be adopted to justify a single charging station?
I can, without doing additional math from what Evergy has presented, no. That math can be done, but they have not broken things down in that manner.
We also, therefore, wouldn't know how many EVs would need to be adopted in order to justify the entire program, correct?
Oh, I mean, that's the math that I was just suggesting, that even under the, you know, the best assumptions, putting things in Evergy's favor, if you assume that they enable 5,000 vehicles with the entire program, under customers using above average amounts of charging at the highest residential, or the highest rate schedule of residential, it would take about 20 years to pay off the program.
Your Honor,
and
may
that's
I
not
interject?
including ROR.
Are other people speaking?
Your Honor, this is Scott Dunbar, counsel for ChargePoint. I certainly did not mean to cut the witness off, but I'd like to register an objection. I feel that Mr. Kleiser is asking essentially lots of friendly cross, and we've got a lot of witnesses to get through. It seems that he's simply asking Ms. Lange to say things that support the OPC's position and not actually cross-examining her. And, you know, given that time is limited, I would just request that he be directed to ask cross-examination questions and not friendly cross.
Well,
Jim Fisher,
I'm
would you
not
like
going.
to-
Just a minute now. Who's speaking, please?
This is Jim Fisher. I was about to join in the objection, Judge.
Right. Well, at this point, I am going to overrule the objection, but at this point, I am going to caution that I intend to finish this hearing today and that I intend to go until it's finished today. So I'll permit the cross as it's being developed to continue for a bit. With that caveat, you may proceed, Mr. Kleiser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lange, just to ensure that these proceeding moves as swiftly as possible, please try and keep your answers a little shorter so that we can get through the rest of the day, if you would, please. That's for Claire. Can you turn to page 21 of Mr. Boris's testimony?
I'm there.
Could you read lines 12 through 16?
Yes, the sticker.
Do you agree that the sticker is sufficient?
Having only learned about the sticker in the surrebuttal, since it wasn't something we were able to discuss during technical conferences or have any understanding of prior to surrebuttal, I cannot recommend a sticker as sufficient for whatever it is the sticker is supposed to do.
Mr. Boris further says at lines 14 and 16, additionally, new homeowners will receive information about the purpose of the installed outlet, benefits of the level 2 EV charging, and optional TOU rates. Would you agree with that?
That's what he says.
Has Evergy indicated how they will give that information to new homeowners?
Absolutely not.
Can you find the testimony of Evergy witness Nelson for me?
I'm there.
Can you turn to page 13 for me?
I am there.
Would you agree with me that at the beginning of the end of line 4, it reads, a review of staff's work papers show that staff's projected A scenario chose to place all the charging for all rebate recipients in the highest price hour of the day. Would you agree with that I've read that correctly?
You have read that correctly.
Would you agree with me on page 14, beginning at line 8, it also reads, put another way, staff assumes that all rebate recipients simultaneously charge during the most expensive hour, and I'm not going to bother reading the rest of it because I don't think it's necessary to my question.
Yes.
Do you agree that your assumption requires that is based on customers charging at the highest priced hour?
As a consequence of my imposition of the level 2 charging capability on the load shape provided by Evergy and their request that they depicted as unmanaged charging, that is the impact of what occurs when I follow their load shape with their new charging capability.
If you'll give me just 1 second, Judge, I think I might be very nearly done. Just 1 second. I believe I have just one last question. Ms. Lange, are you familiar with the OPC's proposal to cap commercial rebates at 20%?
I am familiar that that is their proposal. I'm not sure of a lot of details with that.
Has staff indicated an opposition to that proposal?
I think we oppose the programs to which it would be applied as they are currently constituted. I think we came out in our position statement and said that we support that to the extent that the programs do go forward. But if we did not, I personally would recommend to management that we take that position if the programs go forward as constituted.
Thank you. That was all my questions.
Thank you. Does Mr. Wood Small have any cross on behalf of MECG?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do Sierra Club and NRDC have cross for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
Does Renew Missouri have cross for Ms. Lang?
No, thank you, Judge.
Charge Point have cross?
No questions, thank you.
Does Evergy have cross-examination for this witness?
Judge, this is Jim Fisher. I do have a few brief questions for Ms. Lange.
Proceed, please.
Ms. Lange, I'm sorry you're not feeling well today. I intend to be brief, but in the event that you need to take a break for any reason, would you let me know and we'll ask for a recess?
Of course.
Okay. You were one of the primary authors of the staff rebuttal report that was filed in August of this year. Is that right?
I am the witness responsible for several pages. I'm not sure what you mean by primary authors.
Well, did you serve as in the role of case coordinator in the staff's investigation?
No.
Would you describe to the commission what you understand the term range anxiety to mean?
I think range anxiety is a term that is used to describe an apprehension to utilize an electric vehicle if you are unsure of availability of charging infrastructure once you're underway. I believe similar language is applied to hydrogen situations and CNG as well.
Do you think that range anxiety will affect the pace of electrification of the transportation sector?
Will or has?
Well, either one.
I mean, I think that I guess to be brief, yes, but with nuance.
So you agree that range anxiety can be a major issue in the electrification of the transportation sector?
I don't think that's what I said, but I guess I would generally agree with that statement.
Okay. I believe you were the author of the recommendations and summary section of the report, the staff's report beginning on page 1. Is that right?
I think so.
Do you have that report in front of you?
I'm getting it.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you while you're getting it to just go to the first page and I'll ask about line 7.
I'm there.
Is it correct that you are recommending the commission issue an order rejecting the company's application for the approval of a portfolio of transportation electrification programs, variances from the commission rules, authority to defer program costs, and a finding of prudence of the expansion of the clean charge network? Is that right?
I'm sorry, you cut off at the end.
I was just trying to read that. I think that you were recommending that the commission reject the company's application regarding the portfolio of transportation electrification programs for starters. Also, the variances of the commission rules. Thirdly, the authority to defer program costs and a finding of prudence on the expansion of the clean charge network. Is that right?
I think that mischaracterizes my role in regard of the development of the content contained in that paragraph, and I think it also omits the portion of the paragraph in which we recommend or did not oppose increasing the clean charge network stations to include the 50 stations contemplated in the Streetlight Corridor program, pending development and adoption of appropriate pilot metrics and learning objectives specific to Evergy.
I was going to ask you about that section next, because you don't oppose increasing the cap on the clean charge network stations for Evergy, Missouri Metro to include 50 stations contemplated by the Streetlight Corridor pilot program. Is that right?
I'm thrown by if we're who you is in this. I find it kind of ironic that Evergy provided a pamphlet as their direct testimony that we're getting this line of questioning. But to clarify, I authored the summary which reflected the recommendations of other witnesses, including myself, if that seems to be what you're having a difficulty understanding there.
You're saying this was the staff's position, not your own personal position?
I'm saying the summary paragraph summarizes the 105-page report.
And you authored that, correct?
I authored the paragraph that summarizes the 105-page report.
And those are your recommendations, is that right?
I don't disagree with those recommendations, but on some of those recommendations, I am summarizing a recommendation provided by or discussed in greater detail by other members of staff, which is a body of people.
Well, did you have final approval of the language that was used for the sections that you drafted?
Are you inquiring as to our legal review process?
No, I'm asking whether you had final approval of the language that you drafted.
I did agree to the language that is drafted or that is presented for which I am a witness, which includes a summarization.
So the answer to my question is yes, right?
I'm deeply confused by your question as part of my inability to answer it directly. I feel there's something I must be missing.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. I'd like you to look at staff at page 1, beginning at line 7. Is it correct that staff is recommending the commission issue an order rejecting the company's application for approval of a portfolio of transportation electrification programs, variances from commission rules, authority to defer program costs, and a finding of the prudence of the expansion of the clean charge network?
Well, you skipped 3 or 4 lines in there, but yes, that is a portion of what staff recommends or staff summarizes as its recommendation at that paragraph, yes.
And you were the primary author of those recommendations, correct?
No, I've explained this multiple times.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
Being made.
yes, I was trying to, as staff counsel Nicole Mers here, yes, I believe this has been asked and answered, and that Ms. Lange has explained that simply what happened for the ease of
Wait a minute.
readership.
Your question has been asked and answered is sustained.
Okay,
Move
thank you.
along, Council. Made your point with the commission.
Okay, yeah, I'll move along, Judge. I'm sorry if I didn't understand your answer.
You made your point. I move on.
Okay. Regarding the the section where the staff does not oppose increasing the cap on the clean charge network for Evergy, Missouri Metro to include 50 stations contemplated in the streetlight corridor pilot program. I believe the staff report indicates that the estimated budget for this pilot program is $800,000. Is that correct?
I don't know. I think that if it's in there, it's in there. But I don't have that section in front of me.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the streetlight corridor pilot program would be partially funded by a Department of Energy grant?
I have very limited understanding of the streetlight pilot program. How that works, whether it's DOE money or a entity that DOE gives the money to, I frankly, Claire Eubanks would be a better witness to discuss that with.
Okay, we can talk to her about that. If it includes a budgeted amount of only $800,000, would you agree that that would not be expected to significantly impact the bills of Evergy's customers at that level?
I am not comfortable opining outside of a rate case as to what does and does not constitute a significant impact to customer bills. Because the cost allocation of that could impact some customers very significantly and some customers minimally or not at all.
So based on your rate case experience, you're not comfortable suggesting that an $800,000 expenditure for, especially if it's a rate-based item, would not have a significant impact on customers as a whole?
Well, it's not billed to customers as a whole. It ends up being a part of revenue requirement that gets allocated or assigned and is paid by customers in particular. And so for a small group of customers to pick up an $800,000 capital item could be very significant. To be spread out over a lot of customers may be less significant.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. Have you read the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Ives in this case?
I think I have skimmed it at some time.
Did you happen to skim or review the area where he testified that the cost of all of Evergy's pilot programs would be between $1 and $2 per year for a typical residential customer?
I believe that if he asserts that, he asserts that. I don't know what the question was there. No, I don't recall reading that.
This is counsel for staff. It could be helpful if a page number could be provided for us to turn to.
All right, I'll do that. Thank you. Ms. Lange, would you turn to page 19, line 14 of Mr. Ives' rebuttal testimony?
Page 19, line what?
Oh, it begins on line 13 and goes through line 15.
Well, actually, it looks like it begins, his explanation starts earlier.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about the sentence that says, viewing this in dollars for the residential class based on an average monthly usage of 899 kWh, the bill impact would be approximately in the $1 to $2 range per year for Missouri residential customers. Did you see that? Did I read that correctly?
You read an incorrect assumption very correctly, yes.
Okay. Does that annual amount of $1 to $2 for a typical residential customer seem excessive to you?
That amount is the result of a facially unreasonable calculation. And so, yes, it seems unreasonable because it's based on any number of erroneous assumptions and unreasonable assumptions.
if the commission disagreed and found that that was the appropriate impact on residential customers, would you consider that to be an excessive amount for customers to pay for encouraging the electrification of the transportation industry?
That's not my role, so I don't have an opinion on such things.
Does staff have an opinion about the level of expenditures for Evergy's portfolio of transportation electrifications that staff would find to be reasonable and acceptable?
A level that might be cost justified if it was developed in a way that encouraged prudent management of expected growing load.
No, I'm asking, do you have a level of expenditures that you would find reasonable and acceptable for this case?
Sure, if we had reliable data in which to input into a reasonable formula and reasonable assumptions underpinning it, we could do the math and we could calculate what would be a reasonable level to expend that would not be cost detrimental to determine what would prudently manage expected growing load.
Well, what would be
In
a
the absence
reasonable,
of that,
what would be a reasonable and acceptable level to staff in this case?
I would need numbers the company has been unable or unwilling to provide to develop that.
So at this point, the commission staff doesn't have a suggestion to the commission about what would be a reasonable level for a budget for a portfolio of transportation electrification programs?
Sure, we do. Based on the evidence projected in the case or produced in the case, that number would be zero, except for that amount that we recommend go forward with street lighting pilot.
And let me ask you that. Why are you differentiating that program from others?
I was not the witness primarily responsible for the review. However, based on my understanding, that program was found to have public policy ramifications that it's my understanding, Claire Eubanks would be the better witness to discuss this with, that justified proceeding with that program.
Is it your understanding that one of the factors was that there's a United States Department of Energy grant that helps fund it? And so it lowers the impact on customers?
I know next to nothing about that program.
Okay. Is it correct that you were also the author of the section of the staff rebuttal report that begins on page 5, which it discusses the residential focused rebate programs?
I have to get back to the report, but that sounds correct.
Let's turn to page 15 at line 15.
I'm not back in the report yet.
I'm sorry. Take your time. Take your time.
Going to Ives' testimony, close that out. And it's on a different section in the EFIS. Okay, what page were you looking at?
I was looking at page 15 beginning at line 15. I think you actually begin discussing the residential focus program on page 5, but I was going to ask you to go to page 15 at line 5, where I think you state that you cannot recommend approval of this program. Is that right?
Page 15. Page 15, line 5 is Jay Lubert's section talking about avoided cost.
Okay, well, I have probably a bad page reference. Let's go back to page 5. That's where you begin talking about the residential focused rebate programs, and that's your section, is that right?
The majority of it is. There is the interspersed portion from Jay Lubert regarding capacity and perhaps another section from Robin Cleese I don't recall. It's as is labeled in the document. I don't know why we would not just defer to the document labeling.
Well, I think, yeah, if you go to page 12, that's where it ends with your name. So is it correct that from page 5 to line 8 on page 12, that's your section, is that right?
If that's what the document says. I'll lose my spot if I try to verify that, so you may just want to proceed with your question.
Okay, well, let's just cut through it. As I understand the staff's position and your position authoring that section, you're not recommending approval of the residential focused rebate programs, are you?
And the form Evergy has designed them? No, we are not.
And you're also the author, are you not, of the section on commercial rebate programs, I think beginning on page 16 of the staff report?
I'm the author of the portions that my name is on. It's 105 pages. I don't know what you want me to do here in the time provided.
Well, I'm asking you, on page 16, you begin speaking of the commercial rebate programs. Is that right?
Yeah, my name is right before that. Let me make sure if this is my section or not.
If you go to page 19 at the bottom, it says
yes,
expert
it is.
witness Sarah L.K. Lange. Is that your section?
Again, as I am comfortable with, as we designated the sections in the report that is an EFIS and staff will be offering. I thought we were trying to expedite things, but.
I'm sorry, I must be talking past you, Sarah. I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand. I don't want to ask questions outside your area, but I thought you were the author of that section.
Yeah, I am. I'm just saying, if you ask me the name of a section of a document we wrote 3 months ago, I have to look. You know, I'm comfortable deferring to whatever's in the report, and if you get into an area that's not mine, I can let you know. Seems a lot more.
I appreciate that. Let me just try to get to the bottom line. Is it correct that you are not recommending to the commission the approval of the company's commercial rebate program?
Staff is not recommending approval of that program, and I authored that section. I don't know if there's a distinction you're trying to make there, but to the extent there is, it is staff's recommendation that I am presenting, correct?
Well, okay, is it correct that you and staff are recommending the commission reject the company's commercial rebate program?
Yes.
And you and staff are not supporting Evergy's proposed time of use rates in this case either, is that right?
That is, could you restate that question?
Well, let me just ask it, the staff is not supporting Evergy's proposed time of use rates in this case, is that right?
Staff is not supporting promulgation of unlawful tariffs.
That was not my
tariffs
question.
Based on unreasonable assumption. Well, I think your question was, I'm not sure what your question was.
My question was straightforward. The staff is not supporting Evergy's proposed time of use rates in this case. Is that right?
Staff is not recommending promulgation of Evergy's proposed tariffs in this case.
Thank you. Is it correct to conclude that you and staff are recommending the rejection of all aspects of Evergy's proposal, with the exception that staff is not opposed to increasing the cap on the clean charge network to include 50 stations contemplated by the street?
I'm sorry, are you just asking me the content of that first paragraph again? Yes, staff's recommendation is what you've read a number of times now. Have we lost audio?
No.
Okay, Sarah, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. My question was just whether the staff is is recommending the rejection of all aspects of Evergy's proposal except for the streetlight corridor program.
Yes.
With the exception of that streetlight EV charging pilot program, would it be correct to conclude that you personally don't think the company's proposal are very good ideas?
I think that there are good ideas that are possible on this front. I think that the tariffs before the commission and the evidence before the commission do not rise to a level where staff can recommend their promulgation.
I really didn't ask you that question. I just asked, you don't think these are very good ideas, right?
Well, it depends what the this is. If
This is the Evergy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If the this is the concept of managing, developing EV load, that's a wonderful idea. If the concept of this is Evergy's proposal as it exists and the record Evergy has provided, no, that's a terrible idea.
So that's how you would characterize the company's proposal in this case. A terrible idea?
As it is constituted, yes. We've tried to indicate those concerns to the company. We've tried to resolve those concerns, and those efforts have been fruitless. What is left is the idea of an idea and guide rails that may be developed and other things we've heard in thorough rebuttal testimony and at this hearing for the first time that could be the starting point of a reasonable program, but that are just not found in the program as requested to be promulgated and are not yet developed to the point they need to be to move forward.
So that's how you characterize the program as a terrible idea. It's not well developed and it might have a starting point, but we're a long way from getting there.
Yeah, that's a good characterization.
Did you happen to hear the opening statement that I gave on yesterday?
I couldn't be on for all of it, but I think I heard quite a bit of it.
Okay, did you happen to hear me quote from Commission's report and order in the 2015 KCPL rate case? Do you remember that?
I think I do.
I'd hoped to be in person. I could have given you a copy of it. I might be able to put it on my screen, but maybe it'd be easier. Just let me read it to you and ask you a couple questions about it, if that's all right.
Are we asking questions about the content of a report and order in a different case?
Yeah,
just to be clear.
Yeah, it's on page 75 of the report and order in the 2015 KCPL rate case. And on that page, the commission stated, KCPL's proposed clean charge network is an important first step in creating an infrastructure to serve the increasing number of customers who choose to purchase electric vehicles, and the commission commends KCPL for its efforts to anticipate this future demand and for its commitment to environmental sustainability. I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
This is from the 15 case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you?
This is counsel for staff, Nicole Mears. Is there any way to have Evergy for you to email that to Sarah at the very least? I think that I'm a little uncomfortable with her not having a document in front of her, and I do realize that of course this is an odd situation that we're not used to, and we thought we were going to be in person. But just so she could have it in front of her, I think that would be a little bit more fair.
Sarah, I've tried to share the paragraph that I just quoted. Can you see that, or do you have it on your screen?
I have to close out of what I'm in to get to that. Nope, I see you. That said, depending on what your questions are, let's just proceed, and I'll let you know if you're asking something I can't answer without seeing the quote.
Proceed, Mr. Fisher.
Okay, I'll do that, Judge. Thank you. Ms. Lange, do you agree with the commission when it stated that the Clean Charge Network was an important step in creating an infrastructure to serve the increasing number of customers who choose to purchase electric vehicles?
I agree that the commission made that conclusion as a part of its order in a 2015 rate case.
But do you
In
agree
the context,
do you agree that the Clean Charge Network was an important first step in creating an infrastructure to serve the increasing number of customers who choose to purchase electric vehicles?
from what I recall, the circumstances in place in 2015, especially as it related to electrical vehicle charging, and especially as it related to what I believe were some third-party buy-in into that build-out, yes, I agree. That was a first step in 2015.
And do you think Evergy should have been commended in 2015 for its efforts to anticipate the future demand for electric vehicles and for its commitment to environmental sustainability?
I personally am not one to recommend commending anybody. I think it causes arrogance one way or the other, but I agree that is what the commission found.
But do you think it was a good idea for KCPL in 2015 to begin the Clean Charge Network construction?
I don't recall staff's position in that case, and I'm not sure how it could possibly be relevant at this time in this case. But I just can say I don't recall staff's position in that case.
Well, do you have a fundamentally different view of the commission's expressed view in that 2015 report and order regarding the advisability of beginning the Clean Charge Network in 2015?
I don't have a view on it.
Well, let me ask you this. From your personal perspective, what do you think is the second step in creating an infrastructure to serve the increasing number of customers who choose to purchase electric vehicles in the coming decade?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Just want to make sure I got all of the elements in there.
I'm just asking, from your personal perspective, what is the second step in creating an infrastructure to serve the increasing number of customers who are choosing to purchase electric vehicles?
Well, I think the second step has already occurred. We did significant work to KCPL and GMO, current Evergy line extension tariffs in, I think it was the 2018 timeframe. I think maybe the third step was repealing the removal of Evergy and KCPL's time of use options and getting those time of use optional rates back in. I think probably the third step is going to be getting rid of the hours use rate design that discourages third-party charging. I think we've got any number of steps, and how those get ordered, the sequenced, I should say, is just going to depend on what comes before the commission and when. Evergy drives that process and timing, not so much staff.
So from your perspective, the next step, as I understood it, of things that had not happened is getting rid of the hours use charge. That's the next step for electrification of the transportation industry?
I think that we have an Evergy rate case coming up real soon, and I think that rate structure needs to be seriously evaluated, and removing that barrier is something that I can get my hands around and don't have to wait for a company filing to do.
Well, I understand we'll be talking about rate design in the next rate case, but is that the next step for bringing on electrification of the transportation industry in your view?
Well, I think that in an optimistic scenario, if Evergy takes the input from this case, goes back to the drawing board and puts forth a more robust and reasonable attempt to guide the growth of expected electric vehicle load in its service territory, I would expect that that'll probably be a little bit off sequence with the next rate case. So yeah, I think we'll be looking at a rate case filing before we'll be looking at additional electrical vehicle filings.
Well, let me put the question this way, I guess. What recommendations would you have for the commission at this point to take the next step, whatever that would be, to encourage the electrification of the transportation industry?
And I assume you mean in Evergy's service territory.
Yeah, let's start there.
I think for Evergy, the next thing to do is to tackle rate structure and rate design, get some good cost causational time of use rates in place for everybody, get some options that encourage EV charging off peak in place for those who opt into it, and fix the commercial and industrial rate structures to remove the disincentive for third-party competition while making sure that costs are recovered.
Did you happen to read the sir rebuttal testimony of Chuck Caisley in this case?
Some of it.
Did you happen to read the section where he described, I think it was 45 states in the District of Columbia that were entering orders related to transportation electrification?
I'll take your word for it. I don't recall that in particular.
With many states taking steps to encourage the electrification of the transportation industry, other than rate design, which will be addressed in a rate case, what recommendations does the staff have for the commission to encourage and ensure that adequate facilities are built to service electric vehicles in the coming decade?
Well, staff can't make the company do something it doesn't want to do, so we have to wait for an opportunity for the company and staff to work productively. If it's something staff's going to have input in. I can't get into the details of negotiations with other entities or other utilities, but I think I can say based on a notice of agreement in principle that's been filed in the Empire case that, we have some getting input from the company and providing our input to the company. I'm optimistic and excited about the kind of programs that can be developed to manage charging and incent off-peak charging and discourage on-peak charging and encourage, real optimization of batteries, as a resource for not just that EV driver. And I probably better stop there before I'm stepping into other stipulations. But I think there's a lot of interesting things that can be done in that front to move the needle towards managed charging.
Ms. Lange, I'm not asking you to get into any settlement discussions. That's off, not my question at all. I just wondered what recommendations would you have for the commission in this case to ensure that there are adequate facilities in Western Missouri to serve the increasing number of electric vehicles that are going to be coming on in the next decade?
I don't think that's the question before the commission in this case. So I can't answer that.
Staff does not have any recommendations in that regard?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? Because as phrased, it made no sense. Or as I heard it, I should say.
Does staff have any recommendations to the commission in this case to ensure that there will be adequate facilities in Western Missouri to serve increasing numbers of electric vehicles in the next decade?
Staff's job in this case is
with OPC. I'd like to object. I don't feel like this is the proper place for this. The question at hand here is the adequacy of KCPL's application. We shouldn't be asking for staff recommendation as to future possible decisions.
Mr. Fisher, what's your response to the objection?
My response to the objection, Judge, is we're trying to move forward on electrification of the transportation industry. The company has a proposal in front of the commission, that's true, but I'm also, the staff has rejected virtually all of it. I'm asking what it would be their recommendation on how to proceed into the future for the commission.
That's not a question before the commission in this proceeding, and I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, I'll move on then, Judge. Thank you. From staff's perspective, what is the level of spending that Evergy should be considering to encourage and promote the electrification of the transportation industry?
a level that is cost justified, and a dollar value cannot be provided to that in the abstract. I should say cost justified and prudent. You could have something that is cost justified but imprudent, and vice versa.
Understanding, Ms. Lange, that public utilities like Evergy do have an obligation to provide adequate electric facilities to meet the needs of their customers and their service areas?
I think you have varied the phrasing from the typical safe and adequate service. And so to the extent that you are assigning any legal import to that different phrasing, I can't provide an opinion.
Well, I was referencing section 393-130 subsection 1. Are you
And how
familiar?
is that section worded?
Well, I don't have it right in front of me, but it basically says that we have an obligation to provide adequate facilities to meet the needs of our customers. Isn't that your understanding of what our obligations are as a public utility?
I similarly do not have that statute in front of me, and I'm not sure what facilities would mean in the context of that statute as it pertains to. I'm sorry, I don't think I can answer the question you've attempted to ask.
Okay, let me ask you a different one then. Is it your understanding that one of the purposes of regulation is to ensure that public utilities provide adequate facilities to meet the needs of the public?
I don't know. That is a phrasing I am not familiar with.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. I think that's all I have. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you feel better soon. Thank you.
Everybody get vaccinated and this will go away.
I agree with you. Thank you, Judge. That's all the cross I have at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? All right, Ms. Lang, do you need about a 5 or 10 minute break? I have a number of questions. You want to take a little break?
No, let's just get done. It's going to be a long day.
Let's start out with this then, Ms. Lang. Is it Langy? Everyone knows you but me. Is it Langy? Is that...
It's Langy, but I know who you're talking to.
Well, to begin with, if there is another witness who can better understand, who can better respond to a question I ask immediately, let me know, and we'll move on. Second, I think you used SPP as an acronym in much of your earlier cross-examination responses. Just so we're clear, what because of problems we have in developing a record here, what does SPP stand for?
SPP is Southwest Power Pool, and I've probably also used IM, which is Integrated Market.
Okay, thank you. Now, if the commission were, this is a hypothetical, but it comes from the position statement on issue 1B that staff presented to us. So if the commission were to support the residential EV outlet program, why doesn't staff support charge points, recommended modifications to the program to require rebates be based on either the purchase of an EV charging unit or NEMA outlet? And again, if you want to defer to another witness, let me know.
I am probably the best witness for that. And if somebody disagrees, I hope they get an opportunity to speak up.
Okay.
I would, we had a little discussion on this internally when it did come up. You know, I think Evergy makes the point that some EVs do not need to have a specific charger. And I think ChargePoint makes a good point that, you know, you can have chargers that are direct hardwired. Frankly, this is one of those things that in a well-designed, well-thought-out, vetted program, you would write a tariff that picks up those contingencies that says, you know, when you're asking for that EV registration, show what the vehicle is, show if it has an onboard charger. If you know that that's one of those vehicles that has an onboard charger, you wouldn't require an onboard charger. And if you know that because you're processing the rebate that you're going to have a charger installed, that you have the option of direct wiring it rather than paying an additional, you know, $10, $20 for a junction box that nobody's going to be using. You know, I think that's a good illustration of a very simple thing that just has not been captured in these tariffs.
Okay, given that staff agrees with the Office of Public Counsel, the participants should be required to sign up for the company's existing whole house opt-in time of use rates. Should participants be required to sign up for the opt-in time of use rates for a minimum period?
Yes. And again, I think that's one of those, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, what amount of time would you recommend? 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months, or just, do you have any parameter in mind?
Sure. What I would look at, just as a starting point, would want to get input from other parties, but what I would recommend would be to start with the concept of you need to stay on it for 5 years, and each year that you aren't on it, you refund $100 back on the rebate. That seems like something that would be fairly easy to administer and fairly easy to understand.
Okay, I'm going to refer now with my next question to the Kansas non-unanimous agreement that's been the subject of some conversation today. And if, again, this is a question that should be fielded to another witness, I'm sure you'll let me know. In the Kansas non-unanimous agreement that was filed and mentioned by the parties this morning, or actually admitted into evidence and mentioned by the parties this morning, some of the parties agreed to offering a lower rebate to residential customers who do not sign up for the time of use rates. What, if any, are staff's thoughts about such a structure to accommodate those customers who, for whom TOU rates work in their household versus those for whom such rates would not work? Do you have an answer for that, or is that something I should ask someone else?
I have an answer for that in the way you've asked it. I don't know a great deal about the stipulation, but I think I can answer that question. The catch-22 on time of use rates and EV charging is that you're looking at the margin that customer is going to produce as part of your cost benefit. And if you aren't on time of use, using Evergy's rates and a generous charging assumption, that customer might generate about $200 in net revenue a year. On time of use rates and a generous charging assumption, that customer might generate about $20 of net revenue a year. So you really have to question, what is the purpose of the program? If the purpose of the program is to generate additional revenues, it's a bad idea. It's not going to make money, especially once you consider all of the overhead and administrative costs that go in addition to the rebate. But if you're looking at it as a way to manage load, there's a level where maybe it makes sense to shift those customers, you know, to give them basically a cash incentive to get on the time of use rate. So to me, having that time of use rate justify I misspoke there. For me, that time of use is a bare minimum to having the program. So a lower level of incentive, you know, that actually the lower level of incentive and off of time of use might help you from a cost benefit standpoint, but it's not going to help you from a reasonable utilization of the reasonable management of the charging load going forward standpoint. So if I were the Kansas Commission staff and I agreed to that provision, I might agree to it on the basis of, well, if we're getting those customers on that are not on time of use, it's going to bring in more revenue. And if we're getting those customers on to time of use, it's going to contribute to improving load shape. So I can see how in the totality of a stipulation a party would get there, but that's not where we are. That's not the proposal before the commission that we're required to provide a recommendation on today.
Given net metered customers cannot currently participate in the company's time of use rate, what could or should be done to avoid unduly discriminating against net metered customers?
That problem should be. Yes, I can field that. That problem should be addressed as promptly as possible. You know, if you look at the time of deployment of this program, even if you ordered it today and the time the commission's going to have an opportunity to address that question in the next rate case, yeah, there's a month or two that they would be out in the cold there. Ideally, we would like to see more specific time of use rates with a critical peak component preferably, and with some V2G thrown in, vehicle to grid components thrown in, and with maybe some super off peaks thrown in. You know, I think that if we were actually going forward with a program like this, it would be for a much more comprehensive managed charging rate. And that would have to happen in a rate case, and that would give us an opportunity to address some of these issues with net metering customers.
Do you have any thoughts about a pilot program enrolling a time of use group and a non-time of use group of customers to study the differences between those in their residential charging pilot?
You know, I think it was maybe the Sierra Club witness who said it earlier. It's been done. If there was a really specific question we wanted to address, maybe, but it would have to be a very specific question with a very specific ascertainable answer, and other than that, we just know that customers charge when it is convenient for them and their equipment. And, you know, there's some variation in that across geography and across use case scenarios. But I think that the need of a pilot to answer that question is not an unknown answer where we are here and near the end of 2021.
Okay. Aside from anything you've already mentioned, if the commission were to approve an electrical vehicle pilot program, what would be useful data or metrics for the commission and stakeholders to get from the pilot? And what terms or requirements for the pilot would help get that information? Are you in a position to answer?
I can try, and where I struggle with that is under the program as proposed, essentially nothing. There's essentially nothing to study and learn here other than that people like getting money. But, you know, if we were to design a robust, you know, managed charging portfolio, maybe where we could address some of the a different rate perhaps for usage through a utility managed charger, if we could employ some vehicle to grid provisions that potentially deal with some of those issues that Commissioner Holzman was asking about with arbitrage and energy banking. I think there's some really interesting things that we could study and learn and you know, see what we can do to put us in the year 2021 in a better position with regard to electrical vehicle charging than where the state of Missouri was in 1960 with regard to residential air conditioning. You know, I think we've got a great opportunity, you know, right now and maybe for the next couple of years to really, you know, lay the groundwork for how charging needs to fit into the system and for how customers, you know, are able to respond to energy price signals and either obtain savings or avoid, you know, the revenue responsibility for the costs they impose. So I think that if we were to start with a, you know, kind of greenfield proposal in lieu of what Evergy has provided and build from it, or take some of the lessons learned around the state or around the region, I think we could find some things out that would help shape electric vehicle charging going forward.
Okay, question that you may want to defer to another staff member on, but for the transportation network proposal, does staff have any recommendations on conditions or requirements that should be added to ensure Evergy works with rideshare providers?
That is probably, I think that is probably a question for another witness. I'm struggling to recall if that would be Claire Eubanks or Robin Cleathermas, and in the off chance it is my section and I am forgetting it, I would say that there need to be parameters for that. At this point, there's nothing out there. There's nothing in the tariff. There are no program designs, program provisions that have been made available for staff to review or comment on. So in the absence of knowing what they are, yes, there do need to be terms and conditions for that.
Another question you may want to defer to another staff member on: for the Highway Corridor Program, are there locations, requirements, or conditions that should be added to a pilot program to avoid redundancy with sites selected by Electrify America or DNR's VW settlement program? Can you answer that question?
On 90% of that, I would say I defer to Claire Eubanks. I would comment that minimization of additional distribution build-out needs to be a consideration. Maybe not the overwhelming consideration, but it needs to be a factor to avoid that build-out, as opposed to as encouraging that build-out, which is the case with the current program in PISA accounting.
Okay. Final series of questions that you may want to defer to somebody else on, but under Evergy's proposal for the transit and business electrical vehicle charging service rate, it describes the quote, the rate removes the demand charge while retaining a small local facility demand charge to incentivize managed charging. I end the quote. Are you in a position to explain what the quote facility demand charge is and how it's calculated for a given customer? Are you able to address that point?
For that specific question, I can tell you that under Evergy's existing tariff, the facilities demand charge is based on, it's an annual number. Pardon me, I actually had that tariff pulled up a minute ago because I was trying to look up a rate. It is an annual number based on either the summer peak. I think there's a provision for percentages of off-peak usage. This is in their existing tariff for determination of demand. That is not what that says. Facilities demand. So the current definition in the promulgated Evergy Metro tariff, and I think I'm pulling from medium general service if that matters, is facilities demand shall be the equal of the higher of A, the highest monthly maximum demand occurring in the last 12 months, including the current month, or B, the minimum demand. And then there is an exception for the church and school rate, so that's not going to pop in. And there's a provision for on-peak demand. Okay, I apologize. Some of the utilities have this a little bit different, but it looks like for Evergy, it may just be the highest maximum demand in the prior 12 months or the minimum demand. And I am looking on sheet MOPSC number 7, second revised sheet 10D, which I believe is among the packet that you requested from Mr. Steiner this morning.
Okay. If the commission approves any part of the rebate programs, would it be appropriate for the commission to impose an evaluation, measurement, and verification, an EM&V requirement similar to the Kansas stipulation, if you're aware or if you're able to answer that question?
I can't speak to exactly what was done in Kansas. I can say that EM&V in general, as we've learned more about what is evaluated, measured, and verified, is somewhat disappointing in that it is seldom as rigorous as it sounds. So it's easy to throw a lot of money at EM&V and not really be any more knowledgeable than you were before it. So I think that we would need to see what the specific EM&V proposal is before we could say that's a good idea or not a good idea to expend those funds.
Okay, I'm going to back up. I asked and you answered my question. Can you explain what the quote facility demand charge is? And you gave me an answer. I want to follow up with that question or on that question. Can you speak to how that's different from a demand charge? And I'm distinguishing between, quote, facility demand charge and, quote, demand charge and how that's calculated. Can you address that?
I can. So a demand charge is going to be based on the highest 15 minutes of use during that month, And a facilities charge, depending on how you calculate it, is typically during the year, typically looking, or I shouldn't say typically. Some facilities charges are targeted towards on-peak usage during months with potential for being causative of the system peak. So a facilities charge tends to be an annual number, and a monthly demand charge or maximum demand charge tends to be a monthly number, but you can have different designs of each, whether you're capturing on-peak usage or some utilities will say something like the higher of the on-peak usage or 50% of the off-peak usage. There's different formulas in use by different utilities, and there is some flexibility in how you would want to structure that if you were designing a new tariff.
Okay, one final question for you. How might the removal of a demand charge while maintaining the facility charge incentivize managed charging? Do you have an answer for that opinion?
Yeah, I'm struggling with a way to even begin to make it brief, and I know my answers haven't been brief. This actually relates back to the hours use question I was discussing with Mr. Fisher as well. So when you have a demand charge that is trying to allocate generation and transmission capacity-related costs to a customer, if that customer is using in a time that is not causative of those costs, it's going to over-allocate those costs to that customer. So what you can end up with, and especially this is compounded by hours use, which effectively, distills that demand charge back to the energy billing as well. What you can end up with is a customer is going to pay a lot no matter when they use the energy, so they may as well use the energy whenever they would like. You could remove the demand charge in a way that would, I guess, remove too much of those costs from allocation of that customer. It really gets down to how you want to design that rate, how you want to structure that rate, and how you want to bill across customer classes. So just removing a charge is necessarily going to cause customers to pay less, but it's how you reallocate that charge to what you're recovering those charges from. Robin did a deep dive on how exactly they did that. Robin Kleeser did a deep dive on how exactly Evergy proposed to do that in their rate tariffs that are part of this case. So she may be able to answer more specific questions if you have it as it pertains to those rate tariffs themselves.
All right. Now, the basis of my questions to Ms. Lange, and is there any recross of this witness? And I may have a couple more questions for this witness. At this time, I would like to hand the witness back to the parties for possible recross. Have I lost everybody except Ms. Lange?
We're here, no questions, Your Honor.
No cross from anybody? Okay. Is there redirect for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, there is.
You may proceed.
All right.
I want to caution the echo of my own voice. You've got a second mic open or something.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't hear the echo.
Okay. Well, I don't hear it now, so I think we're fine.
Okay. Well, that's good. And this is Nicole Mars for staff to reintroduce myself for the record. So, Ms. Lange, gonna try to take you back to the beginning. When you were discussing with counsel for OPC, do you recall a conversation you had about Mr. Casely's testimony on page 20 about demand side management and transportation and electrification could be symbiotic and not oppositional?
Yes, generally.
Yeah, could you explain how you believe those could be aligned?
Well, those could be aligned if you integrated some, kind of basic load management techniques. If you're looking at doing critical peak pricing, that is a way to avoid causative transmission and generation costs, but it may not be a way to avoid causative distribution costs. If you're looking at off-peak charging or a super off-peak rate, or incentives for allowing the utility to maybe push energy into your battery and take energy out at a very high level of development, you're looking at ways that you're able to spread existing distribution costs over a greater number, as well as existing transmission and generation costs over a greater number of kilowatt hours. But it all has to be very mindful of what costs you may be causing and what costs you may be avoiding, and done with an understanding that sometimes the cost of imposing an additional cost is greater than the cost of avoiding that margin, and that's sometimes called the shadow price versus the marginal price.
Right. And you were also asked by counsel for OPC about Mr. Casely's testimony on the record yesterday. He asked if you had heard Mr. Casely's statement about when questioned about concerns about additions to peak, that his response was the amount of charging induced would be too small, that there wasn't a large probability of it causing negative cost impacts. Do you recall that testimony in that line of questioning?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Could you explain how the same small amount of charging that, if added to peak, would not cause negative cost impacts, if subtracted from peak, conversely would cause the large benefit as Evergy's claiming?
I don't understand that assertion to the extent it appears that Evergy is making that assertion. In fact, I'd expect it to be the opposite. Generally, adding demand is going to give you the potential for additional distribution facilities, additional transmission facilities, and additional generation requirements, whereas removing that demand will not necessarily cause you to go out and dig up distribution lines or do other things to peel down that invested cost.
Okay, so could you explain why, I guess briefly, just why you wouldn't agree that the program's designed to not add to peak?
Well, the program's not designed to not add to peak. The program just says, here's some money, go install, 240 plugs, 220 plugs, or go install charging infrastructure. It doesn't address management except in some very vague references and testimony to education that we haven't seen yet, and that presumably could be done outside of the program.
Right, and thank you for clarifying. I did misspeak when I said about adding to peak. I'm sorry, is there somebody else speaking? Okay. You were also asked by Mr. Kleiser about education methods to produce results. Have you been part of Evergy's time of use pilot stakeholder meetings?
I have been in attendance at them.
Could you explain your takeaways of the findings regarding EV drivers and education?
My understanding is that Evergy has said that EV drivers have not been responsive to their attempts to manage usage.
Okay. And you were also asked if you had seen any education materials. And I believe you said no. So to confirm, there's been nothing you've seen explaining how the education and findings in that case have been used in this case.
Correct. And in fact, during the technical conferences, when I questioned the person that Evergy had identified as their education, expert, or the person who would be responsible for developing the education, my understanding was they said they had nothing at this point, and that they would develop it at some point to be determined after approval.
Okay. And you were also asked by Mr. Kleiser about Mr. Nelson's Evergy's witness rebuttal testimony, where he discusses your load shapes. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
Can you explain how you developed your load shapes and how you supported them?
I took, and I think I mentioned this in the report, although I think the Evergy witness states that I don't. I simply took their load shape, I should say Evergy's load shape, which they presented as their unmanaged charging scenario, and I took the load of the EV that they were using. I did adjust it as they did to have more energy in there for level 1 charging and less energy in there for level 2 charging. I set up caps for either the, I think it's 6.6 kW per hour that they talk about in model, or the more unlimited charging that is actually what their tariff addresses. And I put that energy requirement into their load shape with the cap of either 6.6 kW or I think I put in 19 kW as is consistent with their model, and I think as is consistent with, I believe it was Mr. Voris's testimony today, that left their own customers come home and plug in around 5 or 6, which, as Commissioner astutely noted, is consistent with the time of Evergy's peak, which we often see in the 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 7 o'clock hours of the evening.
So then you actually were more favorable in accepting some of the assumptions Evergy made, because can you explain what actual variations in charging demand could occur under their program?
Well, sure. Their program doesn't include any limitation on level 2 charging, and I believe their tariff, and certainly the general industry literature describes level 2 charging as up to, I believe, 20 kW, 19.9 kW maybe. But at any rate, no, actually their rate, at that rate, that is far in excess of what they've modeled, which is in the more modest, kind of 6 to 7 kW range, I think.
Okay. Now turning to your conversations with Evergy's counsel, Mr. Fisher, one of the things he asked you was to define range anxiety, and in your response, you mentioned that there are nuances that need to be considered when you're evaluating the impact of range anxieties. Could you elaborate on what those nuances are?
I think it just depends on the specific discussion that is at hand. I think that the range anxiety that you may have from a small scale, suburban driver of an EV who's using it to commute to work are going to be different than the sort of considerations you're going to have from a delivery fleet or taking a use case of something like a home health agency or a delivery entity, or I forget what the popular term is now. A gig worker who might be working for, doing driving on behalf of Uber, or delivering food or something like that. I think that each of those use cases has a very different application of range anxiety, and especially when you get into a larger, more sophisticated commercial customer or fleet customer, I think that what their concerns are is very different, and frankly, whether it's a 1 vehicle or 2 vehicle household is very different. We've thought about an EV purchase that certainly would would make sense for our daily commute. And as I think we often get ripped about at work, we have a number of very old, very dirty industrial or ICE vehicles that we could rely on the weekends or longer trips if they were needed. So I think that, you know, what you're trying to target, whether it is a suburban single vehicle consumer versus, you know, every electric vehicle potential owner in the world, you know, I think that those universes cause the discussion around range anxiety to look different.
Okay. And then we kind of devolved into some confusion about staff's report and how it might have been structured and written. So just to clarify for the record, the first 5 pages are simply a summary of the entirety of the 105-page report, not any particular staff person's view, just someone needed to write them. Is that your understanding of how that summary came about?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree with anything in there. Nothing comes to mind that I disagree with, but I was frankly confused by Mr. Fisher's questioning as to whether there was something more significant to authorship than what I am familiar with as to what he was asking.
Okay. And you were also asked by Mr. Fisher about the bill impacts that Mr. Ives provided in his testimony. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, they're wildly unreliable.
Okay, so yes, that was my first question. You got that out of the way. Then, do you have a figure you would believe that would be in a more appropriate bill impact?
I don't have that math done, but I think that the first mistake he makes is to apply these as a dollar per kWh figure. In my experience, these sort of rebates are almost never allocated on energy. And certainly any of the infrastructure costs they cause are going to be, you know, part of the distribution system. So where the rebates themselves go, you know, if the company wants to commit to doing that on energy, that's one thing, but that's not what I would expect. But as far as the costs that they're going to cause, you know, the line extensions that they'll cause, the, you know, 30 to 50,000 per site distribution costs, you know, those are going to be part of the distribution system. The distribution system in Evergy's case is, I shouldn't say disproportionately because it's, you know, based on a calculation, but it is allocated more to the residential and SGS classes than not. And so I would expect that residential customers would bear a disproportionate amount of that, and SGS customers would bear a disproportionate amount of that total expenditure, and especially as the kind of unbudgeted external costs of line extensions and distribution infrastructure are factored in. And then, of course, any causative costs to growing peak, again, are largely, I shouldn't say largely, those tend to be allocated in the absence of a specific EV charging class. Those tend to be allocated higher to lower load factor customers, such as residential and SGS. So again, I would expect them to pick up a disproportionate share of those costs as well. So at this time, I don't know what the impact would be. In large part, it would depend on to the extent to which that $20 million or that $12 million actually becomes more like 20 million or 30 million once distribution costs and other supportive infrastructure and additional capacity and transmission costs are accounted for.
Okay. And I believe the next conversation you had with Mr. Fisher was about time of use rates. And if we were, and I believe hours of use rates came up. Would staff be opposed to an EV time of use rate or any of the ones mentioned by council if they had been proposed in the upcoming rate case?
You know, it depends on the justification for those. I think Robin Cleathremus can go into pretty good detail about how the assumptions that underlie the rates they've developed aren't terribly reasonable, and she might characterize them as more unreasonable. you know, in a rate case is the place to look at rates. It's right there in the name, if you will. But yeah, I mean, and on time of use in general, I think staff is, you know, very interested in mandatory time of use for all customers to get that cost alignment out there and improving from where it is today. And I think that a targeted rate to maybe induce greater off-peak charging or maybe push down against the building of on-peak charging, you know, bearing in mind that we have the laundry line of cases that prohibit end-use rate making, or I should say specific end-use rates, you know, bearing that in mind, yeah, we would be very interested in kind of refining the rate offerings to help shape that load in a way that is less cost causative and to greater align it with cost causation.
Okay. And you were also asked by Mr. Fisher about Mr. Casely's SIR rebuttal and about the many states that have EV programs. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
And were you here for the testimony of NRDC and Sierra Club's witness this morning?
A lot of it. I don't know if I caught it all.
Okay. Did you catch the portion where he mentioned time of use as an industry best practice?
Oh, yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
For EV, it's exactly as I think it was Chairman Sylvie said. If you're going to be putting these dollars out there, you know, to say, hey, if you want this incentive, you have to agree to this, you know, shaped rate. That's just basic.
Okay, Your Honor, that's all the questions I have, but I would like to ask if we could take official notice of the report and order that Mr. Fisher was referencing. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if the full case number was mentioned, or maybe perhaps I just didn't hear it. I caught that it was from 2015, but just for context, I think having that whole report and order taken notice of would be helpful.
Well, first of all, let's inquire, are there objections to taking official notice of the entire report and order, even though I don't think we can cite a case number at this point, but just the notion of taking official notice of an entire report and order. Are there objections to that?
Your Honor, if it helps, this is Dave Woodsmall. The case number is ER 2016-0285.
Thank you, Woodsmall. Now, are there objections to officially noticing the entire report and order?
Judge, this is
Go
Jim
ahead, Mr.
Fisher. I was actually quoting from, we call it the 2015 rate case. It was actually, the case number was the ER-2014-0370. It was dated September 2nd, 2015. And that was page 75 is where the quote that I talked with staff, the staff witness about. So that's, I don't have any objection to taking the official notice of of that whole report and order, or just the part on the clean charge network for that matter.
I'm sorry, Your
Okay,
Honor. 2016 was incorrect. My apologies.
That's fine. That's fine. In any event, I'm going to take that request under advisement because of the idea that we are being asked to officially notice an entire report and order. I'm just not going to rule with that.
Judge, if it helps, I am fine with Mr. Fisher's suggestion of just taking the portion that involves the charging stations as the only portion that we take official notice of. I think that would provide the context needed. I'm not sure if rulings on other issues would be helpful, but as long as the entirety of the findings of fact and discussion on the clean charge network can be referenced, I can agree to that.
I believe that goes.
Go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
I was just going to give you the page numbers, Judge, for that. The findings of fact related to clean charge network in that report and order started on page 74, and they go through the middle of page 76.
And that's what the parties are asking the commission to take official notice of? Just those portions?
I don't
Yeah,
have an objection to that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, staff can agree to limit it to just that portion.
Okay. Well, without tipping my hand, I'm going to still say that I'll take that under advisement, but thank you very much for limiting the request. All right. So we are done with this witness. Shall we? Now, before we go on, I'm going to take a 5-minute break here before we pick up with whom I believe is the next witness, Clara Eubanks. But I want to know how many. Yeah, I show that we've got 5 witnesses to go. How long does anybody have an objection? Let me go this way first. Does anyone have an objection to going on for as long as it takes in getting this done tonight?
Your Honor, as much as I hate to say it, I believe that my witness might have to attend to family business.
And that's
This is
Mr.
Kleiser from
Kleiser.
OPC. I apologize, Kleiser from OPC.
How do you have any sense of how long his testimony will be? Mr.
Well,
Kleiser.
the offering of his testimony, the direct portion will be relatively short. It would be the other parties who determine the length of cross.
Mr. Fisher, I'm sure you've looked at his test. Well, let me cut to the chase. Is there an objection to taking him out of order and taking OPC's witness right now? And that question is, first of all, for you, Mr. Kleiser.
I have no objection. I apologize. Did not mean to speak over you. The OPC does not object to taking Dr. Mark out of order.
What about other parties?
No objection.
Any objections?
Evergy has no objection, Judge.
I think that we could take him before most of our other witnesses, but I do believe that Claire Eubanks does also have conflicts. So I'm not sure we could agree to have him go before her, unfortunately. Sorry to be difficult.
Judge Evergy can waive on Claire Eubanks if that helps too.
You mean waive cross?
Yes.
Mr. Fisher, did I understand you therefore to mean that you would waive cross on Mr. Markey? You didn't say that, did you?
I did not say that. I said I would waive cross on Claire Eubanks.
That's what all I heard was the word "to," waive on her too, and I thought, well, whoever. Okay. Well, let's take a 5-minute break, and I'll tell you what, staff and OPC can confer on the question of who goes first, Ms. Eubanks or Mr. Markey, and then we'll see what we've got on that. Why don't we come back? Let's take a 10-minute break. Why don't you be back here at 4:17? Somebody's trying to say something to me.
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. I was talking over you. I wanted to just mention one other item. We've had quite a bit of discussion about the Kansas stipulation and agreement, which was marked in, I think, as 2003. There was a subsequent part of that stipulation was that the company was to supply additional detail to the staff regarding the breakdown of items contained in the marketing and customer education budget. There was a subsequent filing then that became a part of that, and I wanted to to make sure the record was complete. I was going to ask that that subsequent filing that became part of the agreement basically be admitted, and we circulated that to the other parties as Exhibit 8. It's and I was just going to ask that be entered in the record, and if anybody had questions about it, we can take it as the hearing goes along.
Well, why don't we take that up after a break? Let's take a break. Why don't we be back here at 4:20? Okay, we're off the record.
Nicole, are you still on the line? right, I'm going to call you separately.
Can folks hear me? This is Paul Graham. I may be back a minute or so early. Can folks hear me?
Yes,
We can hear
we
you.
can hear you, Judge.
You're mighty faint. Let me ask again. Are people back online?
Yes.
Hello?
Staff is back.
Advisor from OPC is back.
There we are. Well, I've conferred, and I appreciate you talking. I appreciate whatever agreements that you've reached with respect to maybe reordering witnesses. It's my sense, though, and what we're going to do is we're going to just stop now, continue this case, and reset it for a third day. People have worked so hard with their presentations that I see no reason at this point to compromise people's presentations. I understand what's at stake here for all of the parties in question. So we're going to adjourn today. We've got court reporter issues that are ongoing. Tomorrow is not an option. It may not have been an option for anybody else either. But we're going to make this a stopping point, and Commission will issue some orders, and we'll see about getting a third day scheduled on this ASAP. Are there any other matters, though, that need to be cleaned up before we leave today with respect to exhibits? I might as well ask folks to do an inventory. Has everyone offered at this point all the exhibits that they intended to be offered here? Is there anything we can clean up in that regard?
Judge, this is Diana Carter with Empire. My comment has absolutely nothing to do with exhibits. It's just related to what you said about tomorrow not being a good day. In case it's about the fact that there's an Empire complaint case hearing. To my knowledge, there are only 2 or 3 witnesses in that case, and so it should be done in the morning if that was the issue.
It was not, but it's so good to suddenly hear from you. I thought I had excused your appearance. Have you been present the entire hearing?
I have been present the entire time, but my presence was excused because I didn't want you to have to ask me each time about cross. I didn't have cross for anyone.
Okay. So we've had an unexcused presence through the whole time, or an excused presence. Well, thank you very much. No, in seriousness, Ms. Carter, your case or the case of Empire is not the issue. So anything else that I can take up at this time before I let you go and adjourn? All right. With that, we are adjourned, and we'll issue an order and get this thing back on track ASAP. Thank you very much for your work today and yesterday. Bye-bye.